या तू एसी चलवा दे प्लीज। नहीं नहीं करवाना है।
माइक की दर्शन बंद होगा ना, मैं टेस्ट करना
मुझे सिर्फ मीटिंग ऑन करनी
चेकिंग करनी है।
है। टेस्टिंग। हेलो 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 हेलो।
वहाँ पे खड़े रहना, लेकिन जैसे ही सरस्वती पूजा हो जाएगी ना, तो वो फ्लावर वाली जो ट्रे है, हाँ, उसको लेके यहाँ आएगी। कि यहाँ 2 ट्रे चाहिए ना, यहाँ एक ही ट्रे है।
I request all, please. I request everyone, please be seated. A very warm good morning, all the distinguished guests, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, Director Sir, all the faculty members and participants. Welcome to this gathering of brilliant mind and innovators as we embark on the journey of exploration and collaboration in the land of technology. Let us remember the word of Albert Einstein: the only source of knowledge is experience. May our shared experiences today propel us towards new frontiers of understanding and achievements. Welcome, and may our time together filled with inspiration and groundbreaking discoveries. Esteemed guests and revered scholars, welcome to the third International Conference of IEEE Flagship ICT Business, Industry and Government 2023 with Association of Namibia University at Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. It is with great pleasure that I, Dr. Neha Gupta, convener of this conference, stand before you. This gathering of brilliant mind and technological innovators promises a journey to the front of technology. Over the next 2 days, we will explore groundbreaking research, foster collaboration, and shape the future of ICT. Symbiosis University, a beacon of academic excellence, is honored to host this event. Let's embark the wealth of knowledge awaiting us, engages insightful discussion, and establish connection. Together, let's amplify the impact of technology on our world. The lighting of lamp is cherished tradition that symbolizes the elimination of darkness and ushering the knowledge, enlightenment, and positivity. Today, we come together to illuminate not just the lamp, but mind with the spirit of unity and learning. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais as we commence the auspicious ceremony of the lighting of lamp. I request all the dignitaries and guests, please come on stage for the lighting of lamp. Thank you so much, all. I request you all to kindly take their seats on the dais. It is our honor to extend welcome through sapling to our esteemed dignitaries who grace us with their presence today. Just as the flowers bloom in the diverse color and shape, each dignitaries brings unique quality to enrich our gathering. Please join me in welcoming the sapling as a token of harmony. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Prithvi Yadav to felicitate our chief guest of today's conference, Mrs. Janak Palta Meglin. I request sir to felicitate our chief guest.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am.
Now I call upon stage Dr. Suresh Iyer, Director of Retail Management, to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. A.K. Nayak.
I request Registrar sir to join on the stage and Vayan Singh sir also. From the IEEE side, I request Dr. M.P.S. Chawla sir to extend warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Prithvi Yadav. Sir is also our guest. From the IEEE side, we are felicitating you. I would request Dr. Ajit Singh Tomar, Director of BFSI, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Y.N. Singh sir. Thank you, sir. In the continuation of the welcome series, I request Professor Anurag Khare sir, Director of Digital Media and Marketing, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Ramesh Chandak sir. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Durgesh Mishra, Director of Computer Science and Information Technology, to welcome our next guest of honor, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi ji. Now I request Dr. Charul Jain, Director of IDSC, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. M.P.S. Chawla sir. Now I request our conference convener, Dr. Vaishali Joshi, to welcome our Honorable Registrar sir with a floral welcome. This welcome ceremony is incomplete without the welcome of our conference journal chair, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, sir. Now I request A.K. Nayak, sir, to welcome Dr. Mishra. Because thank you so much. It is with immense privilege that I extend a gratitude to our conference journal chair, chairman of IEEE Computer Society Madhya Pradesh and director of Computer Science and Information Technology at Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. A visionary leader and catalyst for innovation, Dr. Durgesh Mishra has played a pivotal role in shaping this conference. We are honored to have him as a mentor who seamlessly guided us throughout the conference. I request Dr. Mishra to kindly give the briefing of this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Neha, for the introduction. The respected dignitaries on the dais, today's chief guest, Janak Palta McGillen, is a Padma Shri awardee and the founder director of Jimmy McGillen Center of Sustainable Development. Honorable Vice Chancellor, University, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Prithvi Yadav. He is also the today president of this event. Guest of honor, Dr. A.K. Nayak, my academic mentor, and when he was the president of the Computer Society, I was the treasurer in that, and we organized number of events along with this. Guest of honor and keynote speaker, Sri Ramesh Chandak, sir. He is from Digital Garage, Principal Technical Program Manager, Princeton, New Jersey, USA. I have an association with him from last 10 years when he was the Principal Technical Program Manager at the Microsoft Hyderabad. And we did a lot of activity under his banner in Indore, and we set up a Microsoft Innovation Center that time. At that Microsoft Innovation Center was top 10 in the world. And thank you, sir, for your guidance in this. Now we required your support in the Symbiosis also. Now, our next guest of honor is Vayan Singh, sir, Professor IIT Kanpur. We are also associated with last 15 years. First time we met in the Taiwan, sir. When in the 10Con, IEEE 10Con was set up, and I presented my first PhD paper at that time. Now, guest of honor, Madhur Mohan Tripathi, sir, Director, Journal, NILIT, Delhi. Guest of honor, Dharam Singh ji. He is from the Namibia University, and we are having the association of this conference as a knowledge partner from the Namibia University of Science and Technology. We have our keynote guest of honor is Dr. MPS Chawla with us. He is representing the IEEE and IEEE Treasurer. We have the registrar in Symbiosis University of the Applied Sciences, and our keynote speakers, Bhagyashri Madam, she is from the Salesforce USA, and we have the keynote speakers, Dr. Kapil Tiwari from the Amazon, and we have some Samiksha Shukla, and we have the other guests are sitting here, right? Dr. Jaya is also there. Now, I, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, on the behalf of IEEE Computer Society, welcomes you in the third international conference on ICT business, industry and government. This ICT Big 2023. Second, if you go for the Adhyatma and all these things, big is having what? God. This is Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, right? The big is a business, industry, and government. For the ICT, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh is the business, government, and the industry, right? So this is the triangle we have set, so that we have decided is big, ICT big. And but not the last, I'm not forget to my mentor, Professor Trimurti. The name is Trimurti. During the first conference of the ICT week, he inaugurated the conference. And his name is Trimurti. Again, Trimurti is Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. So that we fix this ICT big, this use of the ICT in the business, industry, and the government. And this conference is not only for the computer science. This conference belongs to the computer science, management, electronics, mechatronics, and all these things. This conference is associated with the IEEE MP sections and IEEE Computer Society Madhya Pradesh sections. We have the association with the ACM Indore chapters. We have the long association with the ACM, IEEE, and we are also association with this Computer Society of India. For this conference, we have good professional association with this, so that we receive number of papers. The knowledge partner is Namibia University of Science and Technology. That is a UNESCO secure high performance computing for the higher education and the research. Professor Dharam Singh, he is not joined physically because of this cyclone is there. He missed the flight, and he will join with virtually. And I am also associated with the Namibia since last 5 years as a research advisor in the Namibia, so that we are having a technical association with the Namibia University. So this conference is also associated with this. Dr. Sastri supposed to join with us from the Namibia, but because of this cyclone and all this thing, he is stuck in the air traffic in the Chennai. This conference we started in November 2022, and we have around 600 advisory committee members from Pan India as well as from the abroad, and around 22 members from the abroad we are having in our advisory committee and the program committee. We received around 709 total paper in the different tracks, and after rigorous review by the IEEE team and the program committee members, we accepted only 240 papers. That is, the acceptance ratio is only 33% of that. We received the paper from the almost all state of in the India, and as well as from the UK, USA, Indonesia, Afghanistan, Philippines, Iraq, Saudi, and so on. The number of papers are there from the 12 countries we are having the papers. And we have in these 2 days, we have the keynote talk of 15 keynote talks of the esteemed speakers are there, esteemed guest speakers are there. They are from the Pan India and from abroad also. And we are having 12 technical sessions along with the technical session. The technical session will the parallel session. We are having 6 parallel session in a day. Maybe because this is a hybrid conference, we are going to join is offline as well as online. So this along with the technical, we are having a cultural event today in the night by our students. They will show the culture of the India here in the evening. So I thanks to all advisory committee members, all program committee members, all the participants, researchers, those who are going to become success in this conference. Then again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing all of us about the conference. It is with great pleasure and anticipation to unveil the culmination of intellectual endeavor, the Book of Abstracts, for this prestigious international conference. This compilation stands as a testament to the collective brilliance, innovation, and dedication of researchers from around the globe
who have contributed their insight and knowledge. Now I request all the dignitaries to unveil
the Book of Abstract. Now it's an honor to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Prithvi Yadav. He has been professor of IIM with professional experience of more than 3 decades, has been teaching institution in India like IITs, IIM, and foreign university at University of Science and Technology of China, China University of West of England, UK, and Hamlin University, USA. Awarded the prestigious first Fellow of AIMS International and Best B School Director award by AIMS International, USA, and President GBMF USA for the contribution in management, education, and research. 10 Outstanding Young Indian by JCI Outstanding Teaching Services Award by Lions Club. He has been member of BOG, Indian Institute of Management, Indore, subject matter expert, UPSC Government of India, member High Power Academic Review Committee, and expert member of Faculty Selection Committee, Triple ITM Gwalior, UGC, 11th Plan Expert Committee member, and nominated member of IIT Sensit IIT Kanpur. Sir has authored and edited 3 books, more than 20 cases, 25 reading teaching noted, and more than 100 research papers in national and international journal and conferences. Sir has been peer review of reputed journal like Management Review, IGPEE, IIMB, TBR, IJOQM Journal of IIC, extract, many more. Sir has been widely traveled across world of teaching, presenting research paper in international conferences, research projects, and academic affiliations. An expert in data mining, business intelligence solution, Six Sigma application. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for the welcome address.
Respected chief guest for today's function, Madam Janak Palta ji, guest of honors, Dr. A.K. Nayak, Mr. Ramesh Chandak, Mr. Madan Mohan Tripathi ji, Dr. Y.N. Singh, Mr. Chawla, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, other invited guests, delegates, the colleagues, and students, participants. It's my proud privilege and honor to welcome you all on this prestigious third international conference on ICT in business industry. I welcome you all on behalf of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, a city which is the cleanest city of the country, the 6th time in a row, and also the smartest city in the country. Today, when we stand in the conference like this, where the IT experts are gathered to discuss the issues related to the ICT and management practices. The conferences we all attend, we all go to present the papers, and we do the networking. These three aspects in any conference make the conference very fruitful and very productive. I see here the experts all over the world, some physically, some online, discussing the issues, presenting their ideas, and exploring the thought process. How do we take forward the development in the ICT? And I am amazed to see the conference just now. Dr. Durgesh has briefed. The number of papers received 750, accepted 250. The 5 eminent speakers as a guest of honors, 14 keynote speakers, and 14 technical sessions. By all standards at the international level, these statistics proves that this is one of the biggest conference we are all part of. Thanks to organizing team, thanks to IEEE for collaborating with Symbiosis and making this conference a great conference for discussing the issues related to ICT. I see the way the organizing committee has been working since last 1.5 months or 2 months, have transformed the entire campus in a way that, yes, it is the amalgamation of the intellectual capital, and also the way the campus has been reshaped to take up the conference, the full appreciation to the organizing team. So let's have one big applause for the organizing team, led by Dr. Durgesh, Dr. Neha, Dr. Vesali, and the entire team for making this day as a great day. I'm standing here to welcome you all on this auspicious occasion and wishing you that, yes, you carry the good memories, good intellectuals, and significant takeaways from the conference. Symbiosis University, some of you may know it, some of you probably might have come first time. Let me just brief you that, yes, we are a very special university. We are the first university, madam, which is promoting the concept of a skill in higher education. And that's our uniqueness. And at the same time, that's our challenge. Since so far, we have understanding that, yes, the skills are nothing but the polytechnics or ITI. We are the first university in the country promoting this concept in the higher education. And that's where our programs are very unique, our offerings are very unique, our program structure is very unique, and our placements are also very, very unique. So once more, I welcome you all to Symbiosis, and I expect that while being in the campus, interact with the faculty, interact with the students, and understand what way we are promoting the concept of skills in higher education setup. So thanks to organizing team for making this conference a great show. My best wishes to all delegates, all presenters in the conference for very best for having that great takeaway from this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your precious words. Now it's time to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Dharam Singh. He was supposed to join offline, but due to some other assignment, he is connected with us in online mode. Dr. Dharam Singh, Professor of Computer Science and the UNESCO Chairholder on Secure High Performance Computing and Higher Education and Research established at Namibia University of Science and Technology. Sir has led several innovative projects successfully, provided leadership in research and development. He has guided and supervised 9 PhD and 27 master students. Professor Dharam Singh is the author of more than 200 peer review articles and the author or editor more than 20 books and conference proceedings. He edited or co-edited several special issues of International Journal on a range of computer science related topics. His research interests span high performance computing, multimedia communication, wireless technology, machine learning, big data infrastructure, mobile computing system, edge computing, network security, blockchain, and IoT. He served as an associate editor of IEEE Access, keynote speaker for several IEEE and ACM International Conference globally, external examiner or evaluator for PhD and master of several universities. Sir, editor of several reputed journals, member of the editor board of several research journals, and TPC chair of reputed conference around the globe. He has designated as the first convener of chairman of SIGWN by CSI. I request Dr. Dharam sir to address the gathering. Sir, welcome you.
Director Sanani, please confirm I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Director of Ceremony. Today, chief guest, Mrs. Janak Patla Magigan, founding directors of Jimmy Magigan Center for the Development. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Prithvi Yadav, the president of this function. Our beloved guest of honor, Professor A.K. Nayak, Mr. Chawla, representing chairman of IEEE MP sections. Today's keynote speaker, Mr. Ramesh Chandak, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, Director General, NIELIT, and my friend, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, Director and Professor SIT. Dignitaries, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Yadav, for that warm welcome. It's a privilege and pleasure to address the August gathering on an important themes of ICT in business industry. Initially, I was planned to attend in person in Indore because every conference I attended in person when and Professor Durgesh organized. So I was supposed to leave Namibia yesterday, but I am leaving today. Maybe tomorrow we will see how we can plan to participate in the conference. but I'm leaving shortly from Namibia to India. So the ICT is the backbone of industry and dynamic in nature, we know. The challenges facing, such as efficient services, solutions, innovative startups, and underdeveloped IT infrastructure require national, international partnership and the collaboration. And just I want to inform that we have some collaboration work with many Indian universities and bodies. And we are working, I am working with Dr. Misra since last 10 years. We organize many international and national events and in collaboration with the Namibia Institute of Science and Technology. So I think we have more collaboration in future. And he is also the advisor of our master and PhD program in our university and appointed for the 5 years. So I have he will support our university while he's working in the Symbiosis University. With understanding, we are looking forward in collaboration with our partners to achieve sustainable development in the IC sector. Just introduction, the UNESCO Chair of Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education Research established at the Namibia Institute of Science and Technology is the part of UNESCO NUST partnership within UNESCO Unit Win Science Chair Program. The purpose of the chair shall be to promote an integrated system of research, training, information, documentation on digital technologies, and it will facilitate collaboration between the high-level, internationally recognized institution, teaching staff from the university in all the part of the world, including Africa and Europe. That's why we are collaborating, and we submitted this project in 2018, and that time I also submitted Dr. Misra as our collaborator in the submission. So he is our founding collaborator in the UNESCO chair, and UNESCO chair were approved last year. It took, I think, 3 or 4 years for approval. There is a long process for approval. So in line with the objective of the UNESCO chair on secure high performance computing for higher education research established at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, the International Conference on ICT, Business, Industry, Government will be organized by Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences Indore in association the UNESCO chair established at the Namibia Institute of Science and Technology. The conference is conceived as the platform for disseminating and exchange ideas, concepts, and result of the researcher from academia and industry to develop comprehensive understanding of the challenges of advancement in intelligence and ICT for business, industry, and the government. This will help strengthen networking between the academia and industry. The conference will present the latest contribution in the field of high performance computing, ICT for infrastructure and computation, engineering applications, e-governance, mathematical science, healthcare science, computational chemistry, mechatronics, and the management, and serves as the reference material for advanced research. High performance computing is the critical for big data analytics, one of the underpinning pillars for the fourth industrial revolution and beyond. I am happy to know that affordable supercomputing solutions, a complex problem, is named as Param Arup. HPC system was developed and deployed at the Namibia University of Science Technology. Here, Param is the Indian name and Arup is the Namibian name. So both are related to the speeds and the ultimate. And this supercomputing facilities developed here in collaboration with CDEC and the Government of India. This provides a support research tools for analysis, design, and the development. HPC is the backbone of industry and will become increasingly important to our country as well as economic continuous to transform for the digital transformation. Our research community, companies, and workers all have to play this transformation process. We will continue working to make progress on HPC research access in collaboration with Dr. Misra and also the Symbiosis University and other part of the world. In conclusion, I would like to thank you again for allowing me to address the August gathering. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now I invite IEEE student member Vanshika Arora to introduce our next guest of honor.
We are honored to have Dr. A.K. Naik sir as the guest of honor. Dr. A.K. Naik sir, presently the Pro-Chancellor of Global Open University Nagaland and advisor of IIMPM Group of Institutions Patna, is the former Director and Professor of Computer Science and IT of Indian Institute of Business Management Patna. He is the former National President of Computer Society of India and presently the National Vice President of Shiksha Kayan Foundation, the former President of ICT Section of Indian Science Congress Association and former Chairman of Indian Society for Technical Education Bihar Jharkhand Section. Sir is also the Fellow of Computer Science of India, International Society for Research and Development UK, National Association of Computer Educators and Trainers, Institution of IT Professionals and Management Studies and Promotion Institute, New Delhi. I request sir to please grace the dais.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable President of this August 3rd International Conference on Information and Communication Technology in Business, Industry and Government, the most dynamic, vibrant and learned Vice Chancellor of this great university, Symbiosis University of Applied Science, Dr. Prithvi Yadav ji, the chief guest of this occasion, the renowned personality, Ma'am Padma Shri Janak Palta ji, the founder, director of McGilligan Center for Sustainable Development, the dignified guest of honor, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi ji, the Honorable Director General of National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, my old friend and colleague, Dr. M.P.S. Chawla ji, the Honorable Treasurer of IEEE Madhya Pradesh section, Dr. Y.N. Singh Sahib from the Kanpur University, Dr. Chandak ji from United States of America, other dignified personality, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Siddharth Sahib, and my most beloved, my younger brother, my colleague, whatever you can tell, who had been associated with me since last 12 years in the professional activities and working with me by coinciding the fate to fate, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, and to whom I can tell, a man of conference, and we will be happy to note that it is the 30th international conference organized by his guidance, and that to the nature of the international conference. And if you think many of the conference, the proceedings have been published by the Springer Nature, the largest research publication house of the world, and he did it. I'm very proud of him, and rather I am privileged not to tell that he associated with me, rather today I can tell I am privileged because I am associated with him. सो लोग बोलते हैं समय बदलता है, समाज बदलता है, इंसान बदलता है, मंजिल बदलता है, मन बदलता है, काम बदलता है, लेकिन रिश्ता नहीं बदलता है। जो रिश्ता बदल देता है वो बेईमान है, और जो रिश्ता कायम रखता है वो महान है, वो दुर्गेश है। आप जितने लोग को देखते हैं, मैक्सिमम पीपल्स आर एसोसिएटेड हिम since more than 1 decade. I congratulate you once again for organizing a conference of this magnitude and the 3rd International Conference on ICT in BIG. And I am fortunate and privileged that I had been a regular attendee of all the 3 big conferences. Honorable Chief Guest of this occasion, Padma Shri Ma'am, Janak Paltaji, Ma'am, I can just tell one pankti, one stanza in your honor. ना हर रात को चांद नसीब होता है, ना हर रात को चांद नसीब होता है, ना हर इंसान को मंजिल प्राप्त होता है, ना हर इंसान को मंजिल प्राप्त होता है, ना हर समारोह में आपका जैसे महोदय का उपस्थित होता है। This conference keep its importance. As the Dugdesh has told, this is just like Timurti, business, government and industries and government. I can tell these 3 components are quite supplementary to one another. For the productive growth, for the development of the nation, the 3 pillars are very important. Business, industry and government, I can tell these 3 components are quite supplementary, not complementary, these are supplementary. एक दूसरा का परिपूरक है, एक का बिना दूसरा नहीं हो पाता है. And so far as ICT is concerned, information and communication technology is concerned, we have already witnessed its chronological development since last 7.5 decades, starting from the inception of this technology in the late 40s, 1940s, and with the first digital electronics computer. And what we tell today, now the technologies and in this particular area that ICT have such exponential growth has been made that we cannot imagine. And what was the dream in one day before 20 years back or 15 years back or 10 years back, that we today having a more reality, more than the reality, and we are proceeding to do anything with this technology except giving the birth and death. These 2 things perhaps will be the control of the supremacy of the God. But apart from that, nothing, no work can be there which cannot be done or which cannot be possible in the future days, what has not been done today by the ICT information and communication technology. The wide range of the technologies and the techniques that have been developed in this particular area, ICT information and computational technology. And today we are dreaming that what we tell and the development in the business can have been the multiple fold today. One day we are just talking and working the database, DBase or like this, then we use the Oracle, Ingress and Sybase and all this. And today we are having the Hadoop and NoSQL like this, all these things. Starting from the concept of the isolated data, then the file management, the database management, relational database management, and the data mining, data warehousing, big data, and we have the data science. Starting from the intelligence of the artificial intelligence in 1956 at the time of inception of the 2nd generation computer, which has gone to the cold storage for many of the years. But after the big data inception, it has came into having the greater use and its particular format of use known as the business intelligence. And we came across from the artificial intelligence to business intelligence, computational intelligence, and today we are talking of the emotional intelligence. We are now fortunate to understand and study the emotions of the person and attacking the minds of a person by this technology. What a tremendous, and after its practical utilization in the forensic science, there will be a tremendous development will be made. So why I have told all these things, the business, when we are talking of the file management, database management, today what you see, and we are having the enterprise management and all these things, what I tell management, MIS, management information system and all these things, we are giving the learning of the data science to the students of the management students, because who will be the core professional in the management sector in the days to come. So that is the thing, and that too, and when the country is actually rich in performing the business, and it can be happen only when the sound industrial evolution and industrial development happen in that country. And so far as the industry is concerned, that we have started the manual industry, then steam-based industry, then electrical energy-based industry, then ICT-based industry, and today we are having the industry 4.0, and we are dreaming for the industry 5.0 in near future. And when we talk of the industry 4.0, that is the real fusion of the digital devices, mechanical, physical devices, and biomedical devices. And what that to possible because of the application of the IoT not the development of a single technology or single techniques, rather it is the integration of the multiple techniques. My dear friends, today you know that no subject is the isolated subject, and ICT particularly is going to be a multidisciplinary area, and many of the new areas are going to be integrated for developing its domain in the future days. And what to tell that once the quantum computing and cognitive science are going to be integrated and emerge with this ICT, and there will be a tremendous change in the future days to come. And when we are talking of the cognitive science, that very well, IoT is being the core architecture behind the smart industries, and it enables the machine-to-machine talk, machine-to-machine communication. And apart from that, we are taking to the IoE, Internet of Everything, where it was limited in the IoT, that machine-to-machine communication, but in IoE, machine-to-machine communication, machine-to-man communication, man-to-machine communication, and man-to-man communication, which will be possible because of we are going to develop the mental software in the future days, so that the mental software will be embedded in your mind, uploaded in your mind. And if X is possessing the mental software and Y is possessing the mental software, X and Y will be connected without any physical devices like mobile device or any kinds of devices, and the man-to-man communication will be possible. And not to that, the range of the IoE as a computer scientist and professional, what I foresee, will not be able to communicate the man-to-man communication. Rather, we can have the communication from the man to animals also, and man to like a dog, man to like a cat, or cat to cat, dog to dog. That will be possible because of the cognitive science, application of the cognitive science. It will be possible. The total mind will be simulated by the cognitive use of the cognitive science, which is a very multidisciplinary approach, the integration of the psychology, sociology, philosophy, and anthropology, computer science, mathematics, and all these things will happen. And we're dreaming not only the mental communication, this ICT will be having the power to convert the energy into the matters, what was happening in the era of the Dwapar and Treta, when we are praying Lord Shiva, and Shiva was pleased, and Shiva was coming in front of us and telling that the conversation between Ravan and Shivji, and what you want, and he was able to talk directly, and that will happen through our ICT in the day to come. We are having the conception of the virtual university, virtual laboratories, virtual institution, and all these things, and virtual detail possible. Again, the integration of the virtual reality with this, and that will happen. This ICT will convert to the energy into the matters. That means if you think somebody, and the signal will be sensified in his mind, and he will be coming, he may not be coming in front of us, but his virtual image will coming in front of us. And by the voice synthesis capacity, he will be able to talk with us. By the image processing capability, he will be able to see to me. And voice synthesis, image processing, and by the artificial intelligence, he can be able to think and answer. And by the virtual reality, all will be possible like that. As I have told, it will be only the birth and the death. Perhaps it will be the control of the supremacy, but other things will be coming under the domain of IT, and definitely we are going to realize this in the near future. Nothing is possible, because 30 years back, when we were talking of the electronic fund transfer system, at that time the bank officers were laughing with us. Or tell you how it can be possible, but this is more the reality. And so far as the government, that the government, and I will be talking tomorrow, because tomorrow I have been allotted a longer time, and how the 17 agenda set by the UNO, and how UNO is looking towards the ICT application to fulfill the 17 agenda for the complete global sustainable development, which is the topic of Honorable Ma'am, and that will happen by the use of the ICT. So, my dear friends, when the government is thinking to provide the services at the doorstep of the 1.4 billion populations of the country, particularly India, 1.4 billion population of the country, and where we are having the digital India implementation along with the Startup India, along with the Stand Up India, along with the Make in India, and all these projects are going very supplementary manner with one another. And definitely our target is that to make best utilization of the available technologies in the country for the benefits of the mankind, as well as making the manpower to computerize or to IT-enabled manpower, that is the digitally empowered citizens, as well as providing the services at the doorstep of every citizen. And when the country is having the 25 crores of the families and 1.4 billions of the population, and the country is having a very big structure, 739 districts, and all the very India is a very typical culture where 882 languages are being spoken by the people of India, though we are having 22 scheduled languages, and 30 languages are spoken by more than 1 million people, and 122 languages are being spoken by more than 10,000 people. So other languages are the colloquial language, local languages, which is a great barrier and great challenge to making the ICT empowered citizen in our country. But still then, we are having a dream. If you are having a big dream, definitely you will be achieving very slowly. And I do believe such kinds of conference, that is the application of information and communication technology, and for particularly in the business and industry and government, we are the three major pillars like Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, for making a country empowered country, making a country developed country. And definitely this will contribute, and the ICT is booming in such a way in India, so definitely it will help us and lead us to establish the country as a Vishwaguru, and we will be dominating the world, there is no doubt, and we are doing that, and we are progressing in that direction. But the thing is that let us bring the application of ICT for the well-being of the mankind, for the well-things of the mankind, for the development of the mankind, so that Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadran Pasantu Makasi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We are delighted to have Dr. Yatendranath Singh as the guest of honor. Sir did his BTech in Electrical Engineering from NIT Hamirpur, MTech and PhD from IIT Delhi. Sir is Professor in Electrical Engineering Department in IIT Kanpur and former Associate Dean Digital Infrastructure and Head Computer Center in IIT Kanpur, former Chairman CEMMC, former Dean of Infrastructure and Planning. He is currently doing consultancy in networking, telecom, switching, embedded systems, distributed software systems, e-learning systems, P2P software systems design. Sir has also published many research papers in reputed journals and books with renowned publishers. So I would request you to please grace the dais.
Thank you. I will keep my speech short because we are already running out of time. Now it's a long way when I see any conference on computing. If I remember, because I have been studying on the history of this thing because of working for defense, I found computing all started because of nothing but guns. Okay, the ballistic computers, that was the first ones, and second one was encryption machines. And now you see the things actually have changed drastically. Something which was invented, built and researched only for military might, now has become something for common people. That's how the evolution actually happens, and we are still evolving. And probably future is going to be there where you will see biological computers. We are already one. Living organisms are all biological computers. Okay, and I think things are going to change drastically over time. So I think we should keep on learning, and conferences are a good way to do that. So please feel free to interact and give your point of views. Even ideas which were very absurd may not be very absurd in tomorrow actually. And probably all speakers will also may give a lot of absurd ideas, and they may not be absurd tomorrow. So listen to them and then take this as an opportunity to figure out your future path. So with that, all the best wishes to everybody. And please do enjoy and learn from the conference. That's the purpose. This happens very rarely, actually. So I am also actually attending a conference after a long time. I decided to stay for 2 days and listen to every talk and learn from you all people. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. We are glad to have Dr. Ramesh Chandak as the guest of honor. Sir is Principal Technical Program Manager, Princeton, New Jersey, United States. Sir worked for Microsoft for 14 years and have co-authored 17 technical books. Sir has global experience in technical product and content strategy, development, evangelism, and cross-functional program management. Sir had won 27 awards at Microsoft. Sir is also a reader and blogger on entrepreneurship. I would request Sir to please grace the dais.
So I think what you see on the screen is a different Ramesh Chandak. So first of all, I think greetings to everyone, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Durgesh Mishra sir, for inviting me and having me here. I'd like to share only couple of things here. First of all, I think coming to Indore is, for me, it's like coming home. And I feel like it has become a home because I've visited Indore so many times. I've had the pleasure and privilege to present at IIT Indore, IIM Indore, Aurobindo, and SG, Devi Ahilya, and now Symbiosis. I had fun at Sarafa Bazaar, Chappan Dukan. I've visited almost every major temple, Khajana Ganpati, Omkareshwar, Mahakal, including Basmarti at Mahakal. So I feel very fortunate. And I think that has been primarily because of Mishra sir. He's been very kind and gracious to have me here. And I think one of the highlights of our association has been, like Mishra sir mentioned, about Microsoft Innovation Center that we set up. And I think, credit to Mishra sir and all the students for all the hard work that they put in. The Innovation Center that was set up here in Indore was ranked #1 in India by Microsoft. And trust me, it's not easy to get a #1 ranking because Microsoft's evaluation criteria is very stringent. And I think there was also another very good highlight was 10 teams participated in Microsoft Imagine Cup competition in 1 year. So we contrasted, like the year before, there was hardly any participation, and like the following year, 10 teams from Imagine Cup competition, and 1 team made it to the All India level. Unfortunately, they didn't win it, but I think just getting to that point was, in my opinion, I think a big achievement. So there's a lot of energy and enthusiasm amongst the students. And so I think credit to Mishra sir and all the students for making it happen. And I think that's been, I feel very humbled and fortunate to be associated in some shape or form here. And also very humbled and honored to be in the company of such esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Padma Shri, Mrs. Janak Palta Megalin, our chief guest, honorable chief guest, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Prithvi Yadav ji, thank you for having me here. As well as Dr. Dharam Singh, Tomar ji, Madan Mohan Tripathi ji, and all the other dignitary and keynote speakers. So thank you for having me here. I look forward to sharing my experiences as well as learning from all of you as well. And last but not the least, I'd like to thank Dr. Indira Sharma ji for all the warm hospitality that she extended to here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are delighted to have Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, sir, as the guest of honor. Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi sir has joined as Director General of National Institute of Electronics and IT. Prior to this, sir was working as professor with Delhi Technological University. He started his career as research scientist with Institute of Plasma Research. Sir also worked on various projects such as digitalization and biometric capture of usual residents of India. I would request sir to please grace the dais.
Thank you. And very good morning to all of you. Padam Shri, Mrs. Janak Palta, Vice Chancellor Dr. Prithvi Yadav, Dr. A.K. Nayak, Professor Y.N. Singh, Mr. Ramesh Chandak, Dr. Dharam Singh, Dr. G.S. Tomar, Dr. M.P.S. Chawla, my friend Dr. Praveen Krishna, who is here, and Mr. Siddharth Sankar, other dignitaries of the dais, students and participants. I thank you first for giving the opportunity to me to be here. I thank IEEE MP section and also the Symbiosis University, especially the Professor Nayak and Durgesh Mishra ji. This is indeed a good opportunity to meet many of my old friends also and new friends. And Durgesh ji has mentioned Professor Trimurti, he's my long-time companion. So it was very nice to hear again. When we were discussing having breakfast with Madam, and Madam was raising very valid points about the environment and sustainability. So just it came to my mind that in today's world, if you define development, we can also define like converting natural resources into waste is the development. And that is what is happening. So really, it's a very important concern that when the IT has become all pervasive everywhere, whatever development we do, we have to think that whether sustainability is part of it or not. So that's very important. The only thing is that, it is not my photograph, so it is Madam's photograph. So on the screen. So please, you can change. Anyway, so it's a cycle, I think. If you make effort, you can delay. We can't stop it. Only the nature will put the reset button, what we have seen few years back during pandemic. So it's a reality and it will grow and it will grow and we have to be part of it. Recently, under Indian presidency, when G20 meet was happening, fortunately, I was the part of Team India in all negotiations in the Digital Economy Working Group. And in this Digital Economy Working Group, there are three major points which India was pushing. And you can see the G20 documents. You can find it also that the digital public infrastructure, cyber security, and digital skillings are the emphasis area today. Because, India wants to become $1 trillion digital economy. And we know that how UPI is making headways. Many countries are signing MOU with the country to use our India stack. So the India stack, UPI, this has put a great name for India also, this kind of developments which we have done. And digital economy can only sustain and when there is security. Cyber security has become a very important aspect of it. And artificial intelligence, quantum computing, they are going to face a lot of, put a lot of challenges with this. Whole world is concerned nowadays with generative AI and all, and what can be regulations and rules that we can, check people. Recently, we have seen the deep fake kind of things which happened with many film actresses and all. So, these are the challenges coming. So it has become very, very relevant topic of the conference today, that ICT for business, industry, and government that way. Because IT has become something like God today. Everywhere there is some bit of IT, if you see. I wanted to also mention here, because it is an opportunity, that what are the different steps Ministry of Electronics and IT has taken, because I belong to the ministry. Some important initiatives for the students, especially in the academic institutions, which they have taken. One very important initiative is the Future Skill Prime project, which is run by NASCOM and CDAC and my organization, NELET, also funded by ministry completely. And it's a free portal where all the emerging technologies, skilling and training is available. Incentives are given to the students if they complete the courses. I think this should be extensively used by the academic institution, including your university. That's a very important initiative of the government of India. There is another project under C2S, Chip to Startup project under ministry, that is a Smart Lab, which we have developed. It's a very unique facility where 1 lakh students can do all the experiments and practicals in IoT, embedded system, VLSI virtually, sitting from anywhere. And then it can also be used for prototyping. So this is one important facility under Chip to Startup project from Ministry of Electronics and IT. There is an app which has been developed that is called ICSAS on cybersecurity training and certification, and it is multilingual. It is not only in many Indian languages, but 7 international languages also available, which can be downloaded from the Google Play Store, and it can be used for all kind of cybersecurity training and certification. It has very important component that different kind of scenarios which happens, hacking and all, and in that, when it happens to you, what should you do, where should you lodge your complaint, and all those details are also given in that app. So that app should that is one very important initiative which ministry has taken. Recently we have also seen that India AI Lab, which Prime Minister has promised that 250 India AI Lab will be created. First India AI Lab we have created with Intel in Delhi. I'm hopeful that very soon 250 labs will be created in the country, which will become a hub for AI training, and other academic institutions will become a spoke of these India AI labs. So like that, a lot of initiatives government has taken, like Bhashini, which can be used for converting all kind of content into multiple languages very fast. So these are certain initiatives which government has taken, which all the academic institution must use. So my responsibility to tell here also to the audience that these are the certain things we have taken. Now the last point I want to emphasize, whenever we meet in all these conferences, and we, a lot of research papers are presented, and we discuss also among ourselves, and that's a good thing. But what is happening, if you look from the industry perspective, whenever we meet industry, they say that most of the graduates are not employable. They don't have that kind of a skill that readily they can be employed. So I think there should be emphasis on creating such kind of talent pool for the industry. Not only bigger industries, we find the startups, MSME sector, they also feel that punch, that there's not sufficient skilled manpower available. So digital skilling have become really a very important phenomenon in today's world. And not only you talk to industry, but any country you talk nowadays, they will say that digital skills is the important thing. We need a skilled manpower. But are we really going to do some skilling which is beyond the academic curricula? That is a question we should ask in the academic institutions. How much it is experiential, how much it is practical, how much it is experience based, how much it is leading to product development. Because the real problem India is facing, that we are not making products, software products or hardware products. So can we create a talent who can make products? I'll take one example. I was talking to someone when the CoWIN software was being made, and when software was made in Kerala, the ICT did a competition. So almost 12 lakh students participated. Out of them, they could find only 20 people, 20 students who can develop a software product. But those 20 were good enough to develop a very good product. So that ratio is not good. So when we are talking about all these ICTs and this business, we have to certainly see that how industry and academia collaboration is increases. That is one of the most important things. People talk about this, but industry level skilling and education and training faculty can only do when they have the exposure to the industry. They never go to the industry. So, I mean, how to break that gap is a question mark. Can there be some policies that there's a mandatory internship for the faculty also to work in industry for a few years? I mean, that is not easy. Industry will not welcome them because they should be capable of, delivering in the industry. I mean, so that some kind of the model, if it can be developed, and when faculty work very closely with industry and they have industrial exposure and industry level experience, then only they can deliver that kind of skill to the students. Otherwise, it is not possible. It will always be academic curriculum leading to nowhere, and there is a gap. And many agencies will be bridging, like NILET, which is doing some digital skilling to bridge the gap and all. But that may not be sufficient. So, I mean, with that point, I want to now conclude my talk here. And again, I thank you for giving me all the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are glad to have with us Dr. MPS Chawla, sir, as the guest of honor. Sir is the treasurer of IEEE MP section and professor of SGS ITS Indore. I would request sir to please grace the dais.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my fellow colleagues of the dais. Now, people have talked many technical things, so there should be a slight flavor change so that we are ready for the technical sessions and keynotes. I always give a speech of 2.5 minutes. That means 2 minutes to prepare the noodles and ½ minute for putting the gas on and off. So I congratulate to the organizers, first of all, and my friend Durgesh Mishra sir for hosting such a nice conference. Now, let me share some views about Symbiosis. Actually, in 2013, myself and Durgesh Mishra sir went to a IEEE conference at MIT Pune, and Durgesh Mishra sir was the PhD examiner at Symbiosis Pune. By chance, मेरे मुंह से निकला, दुर्गेश सर आप तो एक काम करो, PhD का वाइवा लेके वहीं पर रुक जाना, मैं अकेले इंदौर चला जाऊंगा. Now you just see that intuition has brought today Durgesh Mishra sir on the dais of Symbiosis, and what a coincidence. Now another episode happened with me also in the Symbiosis. In 1984, I went to quiz time on Doordarshan. Siddharth Basu used to organize that quiz time, if people remember. So one of the teams was from Symbiosis Pune, and I was from GSITS. So I was very much impressed. काश अपन Symbiosis में कभी किसी कारणवश पहुंचते. So today is the day. So all happenings takes place with the virtue of God, and definitely this conference will come out to be a success. Janak madam and we are associated, and Nayak sir since Durgesh Mishra sir since last 15 years. When Chandwani sir was our chairman, we miss him a lot, and he is the backbone of IEEE. Now Durgesh Mishra sir's short form is DM. Now DM means Collector Sahab of a city or district magistrate. He happens to be a deputed magistrate of CSI and IEEE conferences. That means whenever we have some conference in MP, by default, by fault of the people or by virtue of God, he is always there and he makes the conference as a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a motivating words.
It's my pleasure to announce the audience one of the great things. Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, who represents the NILET at the Director General, now he will be the founder, Vice Chancellor of the NILET University, which has been announced by the government of India as a deemed university. It's having 12 locations in the country, and all locations will be the part of that deemed university. And Dr. Tripathi will be the first Vice Chancellor and founder Vice Chancellor of the NILET University. Let us have a great congratulations to you.
Congratulations, sir. Now it's time to see the message from our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, ma'am. Due to some reason, she is not able to join this conference, so she has sent a video bite for all of us. Please play the video bite.
On behalf of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, I welcome all the dignitaries, all the esteemed guests and speakers who have gathered here today to attend the very important IEEE conference on ICT in higher education, business and government, which is being organized in collaboration with the local chapter as well as NUST Namibia and UNESCO. This is a very important conference and I'm thrilled that Symbiosis Indore is the host for this conference. I'm sure the important deliberations that happen through the conference will be useful to one and all. Various interesting topics are being chosen for the presentation of papers, case studies and discussions. I am sure that the white papers that will come out of this conference will go a long way in improving the use of ICT in higher education. I welcome all the dignitaries once again, and I regret my inability to be there in person, but I am there in spirit and in thoughts. Thank you once again for coming to Symbiosis. All the very best for this conference.
We are really blessed with the madam message. We are extremely delighted to have with us Dr. Janak Palta Magaligan as a chief guest. It's an honor for me to introduce ma'am. She's an Indian Padma Shri recipient, social worker, and the founder director of Ieee Conference Center for Sustainable Development, as Indore-based non-government organizational working for sustainable community development. She has devoted over 30 years of her life to studying issues related to rural and tribal women, a group that wield the least power in the social order of the country. She has created, sustained, and managed institutions that help these women become agents of the social change. She is also a co-founder of Jaivik Setu and is the national coordinator for the Solar Food Processing Network India. She was the director of Burli Development Institution for Rural Women Indore from 1985 to 2011, which trained more than 6,000 tribal women and young for 500 villages of India in solar cooking and food. In her lifetime spent mentoring tribal girls, ma'am understood the impact of good training. She is leading example of the impact one woman can have when one believes in a cause and take actions. Her innovation expanded to a solar tea stall. There are millions of tea stalls across the India. Using clean, sustainable solar energy for power to make tea creates enterprise opportunity and reduce air pollution. I humbly request respected madam to kindly grace the dais and enlighten us with your words.
सभी को नमस्ते। मैं हिंदी में बोलूं, ठीक है? किसी को ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है? वाइस चांसलर साहब ने बोला हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं यहाँ आकर वाइस चांसलर साहब, यहाँ के सारे इतने आईटी के सारे जो गैलेक्सी है, पुराने जमाने में हम लोग ऋषि और जिन लोगों ने देश को आगे गाइडेंस दिया, तो आईटी के आप लोग ऋषि हैं सब, जो यहाँ पर जिनके बीच में मुझे बैठने का सौभाग्य मिला और आपने मुझे बुलाया। मेरे लिए ये बहुत ही गर्व की बात है कि ये सिम्बोसिस, जब इसकी जमीन लेना थी, जब इसके फेवर में खड़े होना था, अविनाश कश्यप और क्लौडिया कश्यप और स्वाति और हम लोग सब पीछे थे इसके, और आज मुझे याद नहीं 6-7 साल पहले आई थी, आज यहाँ आकर बहुत खुश हूँ। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस जो आपकी आईसीटी की बिजनेस इंडस्ट्री को लेकर IEEE का आपने आयोजन किया है, मुझे लगता है ये बहुत सामयिक है, बड़ा करंट है और इसकी पूरे विश्व को बहुत जरूरत है। मैं अपनी बात इस बात से शुरू करती हूँ कि अपने बारे में एक बात बताना चाहती हूँ कि मैं बहाई धर्म के अनुयायी हूँ, जिसमें सबसे पहले ये माना गया है कि ईश्वर ने जो सृष्टि बनाई उसमें सबसे सर्वोत्तम रचना मानव की इंसान की, और इंसान को विवेक और आत्मा दे के भेजा ताकि वो विश्व का कल्याण कर सके by thinking globally and acting locally, starting with myself, herself, और समस्त प्राणियों के साथ सद्भावना से रह सके। मानव ने विज्ञान खोजा और ये भी एक बहाई मेरी समझ है कि विश्व में विज्ञान और धर्म वो कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री होने बहुत जरूरी है। वो अगर वैज्ञानिक अगर स्पिरिचुअल नहीं है तो वो तो वेपन्स ऑफ वार बनाएगा, बर्बादी के आसार बनाएगा, और अगर स्पिरिचुअल है तो वो केवल शांति के लिए, विकास के लिए, मानवता के कल्याण के लिए, विश्व के कल्याण के लिए करेगा। तो ये बात यहाँ पर लागू होती है। आईटी इस युग का सबसे बड़ा वरदान है। हमारे उन पूरे विश्व के लोग जिन्होंने विज्ञान में आईटी इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई है। इंफॉर्मेशन अपने आप में हमने पढ़ा था कि इंफॉर्मेशन इज पावर, पर मैं सोचती हूँ इंफॉर्मेशन से अगर लोगों को एम्पावर नहीं किया तो आपने कुछ नहीं किया। आप पावर इतने सेल्फिश हैं कि आपने पावर अपने लिए और अपने हित के लिए हमने रखा उसको। ये एलीट पहले जब आया ऐसा लगता था कि आईटी एलीट्स के लिए है और एलीट्स बना रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरी प्रैक्टिकल जो समझ है, 95 में मुझे याद है पहला आदिवासी लड़कियों के लिए इंस्टीट्यूट जो था, वहां पर पहला मेरे ख्याल है 486 कंप्यूटर आया था, और मेरे पति जो कि ब्रिटिश थे लेकिन वो भी सीखे हुए नहीं थे, तब बहुत सालों से इंडिया में ही थे, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के यहाँ जर्मन इंडो जर्मन टूल वाले लोग उनको जाती बार एक ट्रंक दे गए, उसमें माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की पूरी किताबें थी, और उसको देख देख कर मेरे हस्बैंड ने सीखी। और आदिवासी लड़कियां जो स्कूल नहीं गई थी उनको उन्होंने, मैं 95 में बीजिंग जा रही थी 4th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस में, तब तक पता नहीं था क्या कर रहे हैं, तो 95 से आज तक जो मैंने देखा कि अभी ये टेक्नोलॉजी जो है ये बहुत कोरोना पीरियड ने हमें दिखा दिया कि अगर आईटी ना होती तो शायद आधी दुनिया मर जाती, ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी का उसका हमें हर एक को समझ में आया, और उसको लेकर मैं 1-2-4 बातें हल्के में भी आपको कहूंगी कि आईटी जो शब्द है, मैंने भील भिलालों के साथ ज्यादा काम किया उम्र भर यहाँ आके बहुत सालों से, वो माँ को आईटी बोलते हैं, आईटी मेरी आईटी है, तो बहुत सारी लड़कियां मुझे आईटी बोलते हैं। तो अभी आईटी मां बन गई है हमारी। आईटी के बिना अभी माँ को बच्चे को दूध पिलाना भी नहीं आता। बच्चे को खिलाना है तो पहले वो लगाती है। आईटी, हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी सेंट्रिक हो गए हैं, ना कि टेक्नोलॉजी ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक रहे। ये इसका साइड इफेक्ट बहुत बड़ा है, विच इज लाइक स्टेरॉइड्स, एंटीबायोटिक्स। वो आयुर्वेद का और सस्टेनेबल वाला नहीं है। हम स्पिरिचुअलिटी नहीं ले पाए आईटी में। तो और कभी कभी लगता है आईटी मैंने हाई टी। तो कुछ चीजें जो मैं सोचती हूँ कि आईटी इस बात पे डिपेंड करती है, जो लोग उसमें काम कर रहे हैं उनकी बॉडी माइंड सोल उसके अंदर क्या डाल रहे हैं, वो ही आउटपुट मिलेगा। तो मुझे लगता है ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि लोग कॉन्शियस और माइंडफुल हो, जो आईटी बना रहे हैं, जो आगे ले जा रहे हैं, जो उसको यूज। तो यूजर का हमारे यहाँ कोई ट्रेनिंग सिस्टम नहीं है। अब यूजर ने तो जो चाहे डाल दिया। अब ये ऐप आ गई है, वो ऐप आ गई, एक क्लिक पे मेरे 22 लाख की एफडी बाहर हो गई, क्योंकि मुझे बटन नहीं पता था कौन सा दबाना है। हमने सिखाया नहीं। मेरे कंसर्न मैं आपको लिखवा रही हूं। आपने मुझे लिखा था कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम एड्रेस करेंगे, इश्यूज रेज करेंगे। तो पहला इश्यू ये है कि जो आईटी कर रहे हैं, बना रहे हैं, इसको सिक्योर कैसे बनाएं, इसका शिकार लोग नहीं बने, इसका हमारा जो फेक और स्कैम्स होते हैं कैसे ना हो, उसका क्या इंतजाम है। रिस्पॉन्सिबल कैसे बने वो लोग जो जो बना रहे हैं। बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। आप तो पूरे विश्व का सब कुछ बता रहे, बहुत बहुत बड़ा। मेरे जीवन में तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। स्पेशली आप लोगों को बताऊंगी, शायद आपको शॉक लगेगा। मैं चंडीगढ़ में 10वीं क्लास हाई स्कूल तक पढ़ने गई, उसके बाद मैं कभी पढ़ने नहीं गई। मुझे कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी, ये इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस लाइफ मेंबर सब कुछ, लेकिन मैंने कुछ भी डिग्रियां विग्रियां सब पढ़ के हो गई, मिल गई। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में पीएचडी भी कर ली, लेकिन कोई भी सब्जेक्ट मेरा मैंने जाके पढ़ना नहीं सीखा, कर करके सीखा। 50 की उम्र में जब आदिवासी लड़कियां कंप्यूटर पे टाइपिंग सीख रही थी, तो मैंने उनके साथ मेरे हस्बैंड से थोड़ा सीखा, और वो अचानक चले गए और मैं अकेली। फिर मैंने गांव के बच्चे जो छोटे छोटे बड़े पढ़ रहे हैं, फिर उनसे सीखा। अभी मैं अपना गुजारा आईटी से भी कर लेती हूँ। तो एथिकल होना बहुत जरूरी है। अगर आईटी वाले लोग ये नहीं समझते कि हमें वैल्यूज कैसे बचानी है, अपने भारत की, अपनी संस्कृति की, मानवता की, और इसको, ये बिल्कुल वैसे ही है। बचपन में स्कूल में एक प्रस्ताव आता था, विज्ञान के लाभ और हानियां। वही छुरी है जिससे आप सर्जरी करके बचा सकते हैं, जीवन देते हैं। वही छुरी है जिससे मारा खत्म। आईटी बिल्कुल उस तरह से है। तो इसको आपको कैसे प्रिवेंशन बचाना, सेफ्टी, मूल्य बचाना, और नॉट मेकिंग इट ए वेपन ऑफ वॉर। आप वॉर करवा सकते हो एक सेंटेंस लिख के, और आप पीस भी एस्टेब्लिश कर सकते हैं, आपके हाथ में है। तो इसमें इसको डिसेंट्रलाइज करना बहुत जरूरी है। अभी भी सब कुछ टॉप डाउन है। मैं आपको बता रही हूं कि मैं सिर्फ 6 किलोमीटर दूर हूं बाईपास से। मेरे घर में वाईफाई नहीं चलता है। मेरे पास मेरा वो इंटरनेट वाला कनेक्शन जो है नहीं चलता है, 6 किलोमीटर दूर। अब जब मेरे पास है नहीं, आप सोचिए जो मेरे गांव की औरतें हैं जिनको जब तक उनको बेसिक लिटरेसी नहीं पता, सारा कुछ तो अंग्रेजी में कमांड्स हैं अभी भी, उसका डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन, लोकलाइजेशन, इसके ऊपर काम करने की जरूरत है। और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स के साथ कैसे इसको अलाइन करके रखेंगे, आप क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस को कैसे हैंडल करेंगे आईटी के माध्यम से, आप इकोनॉमी को अगर इकोलॉजी के साथ नहीं चलाया, if economy is not backed by ecology, every minute we are going to witness the disasters all over the world. उसके बाद लास्ट बात जो है मेरी कि ये जो आपका कैंपस है, मैं यहाँ आके देख के बहुत खुश हूँ, लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि आप इस कैंपस को जीरो वेस्ट कैसे बनाते हैं। ये जो आईटी का ई वेस्ट है, ये किस, इसका क्या, इसके लिए आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कहाँ जा रही है बैटरीज, कहाँ जा रहे हैं ये हर रोज के, तो ये बैटरी धरती में ही वापस और नदी में ही वापस और ये एक्सप्लोड करने वाले हैं। तो इको फ्रेंडली आपका कैंपस की प्रैक्टिसेस कैसे हों, बहुत सुंदर कैंपस है, लेकिन कैसे ये कम कर सकते हैं, आईटी में भी एनर्जी कैसे सेव कर सकते हैं। और यहाँ आज सोलर एनर्जी के बारे में एक बात का खुलासा करना चाहती हूँ। ज्यादा लोगों को यही घमंड है हिंदुस्तान का कि हम सोलर एनर्जी में सबसे आगे हो गए। फोटोवोल्टिक एनर्जी, फोटोवोल्टिक पैनल सिलिकॉन के हैं, हमारे ये जो अमेरिका से भाई आए हैं उनको भी पता है सबसे ज्यादा कि इसकी एक लाइफ है, पैनल की डेट ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, डेट ऑफ एक्सपायरी, ये बाद में कहाँ जाएंगे, इसकी बैटरी कहाँ जाएगी, इसका इन्वर्टर कहाँ जाएगा, ये आपके ई रिक्शाज, ई बसेस, ये इतना बड़ा फ्रॉड है हमारे सबके साथ, हमें बेवकूफ बनाया जा रहा है और हम बन रहे हैं। दूसरी एनर्जी हमारे पास है सोलर थर्मल एनर्जी, डायरेक्ट कुकिंग विद द सन, डायरेक्ट बिजली बनाना। आप माउंट आबू में जाके देखिए, पावर स्टेशन चल रहा है, दीपक गाड़िया ने 500 स्क्वायर मीटर की एक डिश बनाई है। अभी इंदौर के, मैं बहुत सारे बच्चों की मेंटर और स्टार्टअप्स की, इवन आईआईटी के बच्चों की, जिन बच्चों ने पूरी अमरनाथ यात्रा को जीरो वेस्ट किया और वहां बड़ी सोलर डिशेस लगा के सस्टेनेबल लंगर, अमरनाथ यात्रा, ये सारा पब्लिक है, सारी इंफॉर्मेशन। तो हमें ये करना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम इसको सस्टेनेबल बनाएं। और हमारे जो बच्चे हैं, ये बच्चों को स्पॉन्डिलाइटिस हो रहा है, ये फोन जो है, ये फोन को एडिक्शन हो गई है। ये सारा जो अभी बहुत सा नायक साहब ने किसने कहा कि मैन टू मैन, हमारा ह्यूमन टच, इससे हमारा सोशल सब कुछ, परिवार बर्बाद हो रहा है, सोसाइटी बर्बाद हो रही है, रिश्ते खत्म हो रहे हैं। ठीक है, मुझे भी अच्छा लगता है जब मेरे परिवार की तीसरी चौथी पीढ़ी के बच्चे व्हाट्सएप पे दिखाते हैं, उनकी शक्ल देखती हूँ, मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगता है। लेकिन जो बाकी सारा टाइम, हमारे 24 घंटे में से टाइम मैनेजमेंट, टाइम वेस्ट कितना कर रहे हैं हम लोग, अपनी लाइफ कितनी वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, हमें ये बैलेंस बनाना पड़ेगा। मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ, और मैंने कुछ ऐसा बोला है तो मुझे माफ करना। थैंक यू।
मैम, आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए हम हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। It's time to express our gratitude to those who have graced us with their presence. The memento not only symbolize our appreciation, but also serve as a reminder of the lasting connections forged here today. Without further delay, let's commence the memento distribution ceremony. I invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. Prithvi Yadav to present memento as a token of regards to our chief guest, Mrs. Palta ma'am. Let's give a warm round of applause for all. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the kind words. I request Dr. Mishra, sir, to present a memento to Dr. Ramesh Chandak, sir. I request Mishra, sir, to present memento to Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, sir. I request Dr. Suresh Iyer, sir, to present memento to our guest of honor, Dr. A.K. Nayak, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Ajit Tomar, sir, Director of BFSI, to present memento to Dr. M.P.S. Chawla, sir. I request Dr. Charul Jain, Director of IDSC, to present memento Dr. Vayan Singh, sir. I request conference convener Dr. Vaishali Joshi, ma'am, to present memento to our Honorable Registrar, sir. Now, from the IEEE side, again, I request Dr. A.K. Nayak, sir, to present the memento. Prithvi, sir, to present the memento to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Prithvi Yadav, sir. Now I request Dr. M.P.S. Chawla, sir, from the IEEE side treasurer, to present memento to our conference journal chair, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, sir. Now we are proceeding towards the keynote talk. I request all the dignitaries sitting on the dais to join at the front. And I would like to take over the dais to Dr. Vishali, ma'am.
Today, we are honored to have Dr. Vayan Singh sir with us. Vayan Singh sir is BTech Electrical Engineer from REC Hamirpur, MTech Optoelectronics and Optical Communications from IIT Delhi, PhD Optical Communication Networks from IIT Delhi. Currently, sir is Professor HAG in Electrical Engineering Department, IIT Kanpur. Before this, he has served in various capacities in IIT Kanpur. He is doing consultancy in networking, telecom, switching embedded systems, distributed software systems, e-learning systems, P2P software system design, and many more. He has published many research papers in reputed journals and books with renowned publishers. I request Dr. Vayan Singh sir to kindly deliver the keynote talk.
स्क्रीन तो शेयर डालो पोज डिसेबल्ड इसी में है ना पीपीटी मैंने वो व्हाट्सएप कर दिया इंदिरा जी ये तो है 9285 डबल
सर आप मेरा नंबर नहीं दीजिए
ओ ये मैंने +9 और तक लगा दिया एक डिजिट कम रहेगा क्या नंबर बताइए क्या था? 9 नंबर जिस पे भेजना है।
कौन सा नंबर दिया
नंबर तो कुछ बोला था।
मैं अपना दे देती हूँ।
हाँ बता दो।
98265
98265
973
973
83 एक मिनट रुको मार्कर नहीं रुको ना सर नहीं तो मुझे आप अपना नंबर बताइए मैं व्हाट्सएप पे आपको हाय भेज नहीं सर एक मिनट रुक जाइए मैं इंदिरा मैम से ले लूँ
इंदिरा मैम से ले लो
ना इट्स गुड इंदिरा मैम से ले लीजिए आप
वो आ गया it's come okay so thank you very much everyone, so we can start now. PPT is loaded. So first of all, thank you the organizers and especially Durgesh ji for inviting me for this, giving this talk. And this is about my journey, which actually has gone through a lot of changes since I started in the domain. So earlier I used to work in open source software development, which I used to give it, distribute it for free all across the world. And I did a lot of products with the name of Brahaspati at that time. 8 products actually which were in open source, now all available in GitHub. But these were old versions based on the web. Okay. Now, one of the problems with the network systems, which is there, is they are highly energy intensive. You actually create a lot of carbon footprint because of these data centers. And even if one single user is going to be there, you have to still provision quite a good server capacity since beginning. And that actually is a big carbon footprint. And these systems mostly are not massively scalable. The moment number of users grows to very large numbers, this actually does become a problem. Okay. So even the challenge actually came to me because MHRD at some point of time, it was MHRD at that time, asked me to build up a learning management system so that all academic institutes of India actually can use it. And this was Brahaspati LMS I am talking about. And we used to call it Brahaspati, Brahaspati 1 and Brahaspati 2 and Brahaspati 3. That's how actually generations actually came. Third generation system was multi-tenant system at that time. And then after that, the moment the massive scalability came into picture, I realized there is a massive problem. And generating funds to run this show is going to be extremely difficult. And that time I realized something has to be done. I started learning and find out the nice world of peer-to-peer systems. Okay. And I think only peer-to-peer system at that time was Skype, which of course has been converted to centralized system now by Microsoft once it was acquired by them. So here I'm actually talking about how peer-to-peer systems can be used for business, industry, and governance, all three. And they technically are, now they are actually coming into the foray. Of course, this also means data centers is going to go away over time. And there's going to be death of them in next 4, 5, 6 years. That's what I see actually. And this is subject to government regulation actually. Government regulation currently does not allow peer-to-peer systems to be there. Okay. As per IT Act, we cannot do it unless we provide surveillance capability, which also actually means you have to build up Trojans inside the user clients, which is essentially violation of right to privacy. But it is going to be there. Let's see how it's going to happen. Where it has to be done. Not working. Oh, this comes. Okay, it has come. It takes some time. So first thing, what is P2P or peer-to-peer? This actually means there are no servers. User clients can directly talk to each other. Okay, only problem is how to discover. For example, when you make a voice call, it's a peer-to-peer voice call. Okay, so it's not true in WhatsApp. WhatsApp, your call is being routed through a server always. But there are actually clients where the voice call is directly happening between two clients and nobody in between can actually see what is happening. I think one of the good examples of peer-to-peer system is Tor networks, or we call it the onion routing based systems. Those are truly peer-to-peer system, but those are again covert, illegal in many countries. So which is fine. but I think a lot of us do use them. I also use it. So these are basically networked software systems where endpoints, means user clients, normally talk directly to each other. And the requirement is to technology which is to be which is required to implement it. We already have it now actually. Security. So any guy who's running a business or a government will always ask, can it provide me the security requirement? Can it satisfy that? Yes, it is technically now possible because these systems are now mostly based on military grade encryption using very large size keys actually. But these are all based on public private keys, basically PKI infrastructure. But we don't use PKI infrastructure here because certificate issuance and management itself is a cost. So we have actually taken a different route while building our own product. We require reliability and resilience. This is going to be there if you have large number of users participating. Now this, I can tell you one product, which I think a lot of you might have used it. It's called Interplanetary File System, IPFS. It's a global network where all volunteers have contributed their space into the system. So if you have ever downloaded books illegally, you might have used it actually. It does not require any servers in that case, and it's very massively large in size and therefore extremely resilient. You cannot kill the network actually. You have to kill all nodes, which is not possible. Even if you bombard one country, put a nuclear bomb, nothing will happen to this kind of network actually. So this is a living organism spread all across the world. And non-repudiation, this is there, not there, depending on the application. In our system, which we have been building, I call it Brahaspati 4 or B4. This is already built in as a design. So we use digital signatures here actually. Next slide. Okay. Now, where these are being used as of now, peer-to-peer system, you might be wondering whether have you ever used it? You have been using it actually. If you have ever used Telegram, TalkChat is another one. It's you can search on the Android phones or on Apple or on your desktops. TalkChat can be installed. It's open source. Code is available on GitHub. This is full peer-to-peer system. Even user IDs are not there. It's the public keys which are used for doing the exchange of the information. I am using something called SyncThing, written in Golang, which is also a peer-to-peer system, which is very good to build up your own user cloud actually. For distributed storage, it can be used massively. Some of the file systems which you buy commercially do use in the backend among their servers. Actually, the same thing. Underlying structure in blockchain networks is also peer-to-peer system. So you cannot kill it even if you want. There are no servers involved in this case. Windows 10 and 11 both have migrated to these peer-to-peer systems again for the code distribution. So now when you actually Windows 10 is upgrading, it might be happening from your friend's PC or from your neighbor's PCs. The code might be getting transferred to your machine. So you may always have a feel it's coming from Microsoft. No, it's not coming from there. It's only digitally signed by them. Data mirroring, as I told, is done through SyncThing. P2P SIP is a standard for voice telephony or in fact for any kind of media interaction. Currently, of course, these are not, for example, Zoom is not peer-to-peer, Skype is not peer-to-peer, but these actually can be built. P2P SIP is already a standard for that. So what you gain out of it once you move to this kind of paradigm? You gain massive scalability. You actually take the whole universe, whole population. Of course, we know only Earth is having human beings as of now. But tomorrow, if we go to other planets and have our population all across the universe, even then one single internet will be good enough. We don't require anything. This system will auto scale to any large size. In fact, dimensions are very large when we actually build up the systems. I think you should remember one thing in maths which has been taught to you, that if you put 1 grain on the 1 square of a chessboard, 2 on the next one, 4 on next one, 8 on next one, by the time you go to 64th point, you will consume all the grains of rice which have been produced on the earth till this time. Okay, this is such a massively large number. So we are talking about a scalability where I am talking about 2 raised to power 256 or 2 raised to power 512, which is extremely large. Okay, so we'll be essentially using that kind of dimensions when building these networks. So technically they are extremely green. They will be more sustainable because they will consume much, much less energy. And energy consumption will grow as the population grows or the user clients will grow. So investing in data centers where huge amount of energy get guzzled, huge amount of air conditioning is required, is no more will be the requirement. Okay, so we need to essentially do this. Governments have to agree one day. Otherwise, we are going to kill the earth by consuming too much of resources. Okay. Now the cost is tremendously low in this case. The previous one is slow. So cost is low because you have to only manage the software. You don't have to manage data centers or servers in this case. And of course, massive thing that services cannot be shut down. Whatever happens, whether it's a war, catastrophe, whatever it is. In fact, you might have heard of in Hong Kong when a lot of these agitation was happening during Chinese crackdown. People were actually using peer-to-peer messaging system to actually organize the demonstrations. So those are based on peer-to-peer through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So there was no back-end network. So government cannot actually regulate. That's the only problem. But we do require some regulation, but regulating too much is also a problem. So that was also a peer-to-peer system. India, of course, this has not become popular because Indian government normally is not that kind of autocratic as of now, where they start snooping everybody. They start regulating your access to the internet. They are not doing it as of now. The governments are always worried because these systems are private. We call it private encrypted internet. So nobody can snoop in, nobody can do the surveillance. It's a double-edged sword. It is good for as far as our intelligence services are concerned, but bad when you talk about terrorists actually. It's both ways it can happen. So it has to be carefully engineered. So in our case, when we are building system, we are building it with a Trojan. Okay, so that I can actually, if it's required, I can trigger the clients so that they can start pumping back the data from that client back to a command center. Well, that's the only way it can be done. So of course, the laws have to be modified, which will be done in due course of time. The next one is not coming. Something has come. So we are trying to now build up a commercial system out of it actually. So one of the things is going to be a messaging system within a corporate, because corporate spying or corporate espionage is one of the big problems which all corporates suffer through. And there's a very common thing. Espionage is going to be there, it's going to exist. It was there in early days, it is also there now. So they can actually take care of that. So we can build up commercial through that. Already open available systems are there, which of course even law cannot regulate them as of now. TalkChat is one which is much more secure, but not very common in use. Telegram is the most common one which I found, which is a Russian origin actually. Russian people actually have built that. Is now pretty popular all across the world. We can do distributed messaging within an outside organization, and that too without servers, so extremely resilient and much less cost. Another important thing, you want to build a mailing list. I have seen in IIT Kanpur, when 12,000 students, I have to send a mail, it takes about 8 hours for one mail to be dispatched to everybody. If I use this distributed messaging system, it takes only about 8 seconds to transfer a message to 8.3 billion nodes, which is the population of the earth. 8 seconds and 8.3 billion people, that's the kind of response you get. Time is very, very fast in this case, the distribution time. Non-repudiation is built in because everything is almost digitally signed. So somebody cannot deny that I have not sent it because it must have been digitally signed by him, then only it can come to you. And everything is encrypted. in the current system. So no intermediary can read, and that's the problem of most of the governing bodies or governance, actually, governments. So some places, of course, these kind of things are illegal. Some countries, they are not. India is kind of silent on this as of now. Okay. But I think in due course of time, these issues will come up, and then Ministry of IT will take care of these issues and will probably give whatever regulations which will be required. Okay. And I hope we won't be becoming a surveillance state, so it will not be a disaster. Because that's only worry in such kind of systems is they are always against the surveillance states, and any surveillance state will do any kind of thing to do a crackdown on these kind of volunteers or developers. So if you enter into this domain of development, be careful. You can be actually opposing the government at any point of time. Okay, depending on who is there on the other side. Next one. Yeah. So we can build up resilient cloud storage without servers. Extremely energy efficient. So kind of gigawatts which we require now will become much less. We don't have to feed the data centers. So I'm actually myself building up, I have built up a system where my office machine, laptop, mobile phone, all are connected. I have built up my own cloud. I'm using SyncThing for that, but it's a mirroring based system. We are building a Brahaspati 4, which is much more sophisticated because it does not require replication at all the nodes. But the content will keep on moving, encrypted content all across. Okay. And we have a massive encryption in this case, 4098-bit keys being used for security. We have digital signatures to ensure that if I send a message, nobody can deny it. And also, this is also required to recover back the content which I push into the user cloud. Because everything which goes is massively encrypted, fragmented, distributed all across the world. So even government regulation that data of Indian people have to be stored in India, that kind of regulation become meaningless in this case. Again, this issue will come up at some point of time legally. So legal frameworks for such systems still is deficient in India. Okay, but we are still going on. So idea here is very simple. All of you buy a machine with 1 terabyte of hard disk. Okay, and you are not using it whole. Can't we pool it together and build up a massive storage? We can. This has been done. This is done currently among the servers, not by user machines, but we will do it with user machines. So you give your 2 terabyte of hard disk, you get 1 terabyte of resilient storage coming out of it, assuming twin duplication factor of 2. Higher duplication factor you put, more you have to contribute back. Okay, this is more basically kind of mimicking nature. And similarly, in this case, either you contribute by contributing storage, or you pay for the storage. Then as a company, I can add the storage for you, actually. I can contribute on behalf of you. So this kind of business model can exist. Important thing is a larger user base will be required for resilience. If that is not there, your business will not take off. So I do see that some companies have been trying this now, but this will also be coming up. This is also there in one of the product line for us. By the way, I actually started a technology cooperative in IIT Kanpur, where we are trying to do this along with all PhD students. So everybody who's working is a stakeholder in the company. Okay, so there will no more be share trading of this. It will never go public, actually. That's the way it is. So it's all owned by everybody who's working, and they all together will decide what has to be done in the company. So there is nobody is the boss. Everybody is the boss there. The next one, live streaming. You all must have been actually using some live streaming thing, maybe Netflix, and they charge a huge amount. But think of a time when from your mobile phone, you can stream to anybody without servers. That is also possible. Again, this is the power of peer-to-peer networking. And of course, we require beautiful algorithms, which I have invented a lot of them. Okay, there are a lot of PhD students who have been working on these algorithms. And we technically build a peer-to-peer mesh network with high nodal degree. Normally 5 to 6 nodal degrees maintained. In fact, 16 is what we have been using. And we have been using 16 for creating this mesh. And we still use 160 nodes as your neighbors so that your network will never get partitioned. We use something called logarithmic partitioning in this case. So anyone can live stream from his or her device without any servers. So effectively, every person on this earth can start its own TV channel. Okay. And there is no energy wastage. And it's auto scaling system. And of course, people will do cheat. We have reputation system for this, so that people who are honest will get some incentive. People who are dishonest are automatically taken out of the system. Remember, there is no central control here. It's fully distributed. You cannot cheat. You cannot even ask anybody to do some favor to you. It cannot happen. Even I am not going to have the control over this system. This network is like that. This is like a just organism has been created. So it's like Rakt Beej. Okay. You kill one, 10 more will get created automatically. It's auto spreads. So I have to be now careful when doing all this, because this can also be a devastating thing. Because something which can go beyond your control, which you cannot turn off when you start, can sometimes become very dangerous. There are situations which can become dangerous in this case. I will tell you those. We have been explicitly not working on those aspects as of now. So next one. This is a video on demand. This is another amazing thing. Currently, you go to YouTube, download, and YouTube shows you a lot of advertisements. Now think that you can build that thing without servers. Now people think that's not possible. That's what a lot of CS guy used to tell me some 10 years back. But that is technically also feasible because of my distributed file system. And there are streaming techniques. So normally what we do is we break time slots into 2-minute slots. And anybody who want to play back something, the first guy in the 2-minute slot will start reading out from the DFS, the video file or whatever is the media file, wait for 2-minute end, and then he will start streaming. Anybody else who want to join that stream will also join within these 2 minutes to this first guy. So for a 3-hour movie, you require only 180 live streams in the world, 8.3 billion people. They can actually all watch, only 160 groups will be there. And the topology here has to dynamically modify all the time. That's algorithmic thing. It's like a living thing. It's all the time stabilizing itself. Okay. So next one, there's a universal file system. Next slide. This is another one. This is also already in use in IPFS, interplanetary file system. Here what happens, remember in these kind of systems, you cannot delete the content. Okay, you can only add the content. So for deletion, we have to build something called lifetime, expiry lifetime, for every piece which is being put, every fragment which is put in. So normally for your personal file system, it's 6 months. That's what we have kept. And if you want to retain it, you have to reset the lifetime expiry timer. For universal file system, this lifetime expiry is reset every time somebody accesses the file. So there is a movie, old classic movie, which is there. Somebody is going to watch it once in a while in 5-year times. 5 years is a lifetime expiry period. So timer will get reset. Nobody watches it in 5 years, then it's going to be purchased anywhere of no use anymore. Okay, or some government or some person will be putting a local archive of itself, or maybe keep it in DFS. So this can be very powerful. So IPFS almost uses exactly same protocol, except some minor changes here and there. I did an independent design. IPFS was designed differently. So this has resulted into a very different structure for us. So next one. So this is the one which we have been doing at IIT Kanpur. So the company name is Yarna Systems Lab. So this is a tech co-op, I think one of its own kind in India. And currently, because we have to survive also, we have been also taking up contracts from mostly defense, building up defense equipment designs, electronics basically for them, electronics and software. So of course, I am doing something bad. I am creating equipments for doing warfare, which will kill people. But ultimately, that's a way to survive. I have no other option. So government does not provide funds for such things actually. So we have to survive on our own. And then building up this peer-to-peer system to start. It's actually, once a peer-to-peer system comes up, it will become self-sustainable. Well, charging 500 rupees a year from a person, user client is good enough for me, and you get all the services and software upgrades. So even if 1 million people are there, I get sufficient money to sustain the company actually within that. So model is pretty much okay, but it will become stable in another 2-3 years. So some faculty and students are participating, but mostly currently we have a nuclear scientist there. I am an electronics guy. And there is one more person who is in the explosives, chemist actually. These 3 people are involved in this currently. We are also looking for more people to come up and join. Let's see how it happens, depending on the domain. So currently everything is related to military as of now and defense. So next slide. So basic principle of a peer-to-peer system is very simple, that some people will provide services, some people will require services. And these services can be storage, compute, message endpoint discovery, and how to search the guy who is providing the service. That's a question. That's a fundamental question. So you can go to Google and put it in Google search engine. That's a centralized indexing. So Google does actually make huge amount of indexing. It's a whole business. But think tomorrow a search engine can become fully distributed, Google will be destroyed. This is already in actually fray. This might happen. Google already knows it. So they are also entering into different domains or different businesses. They have to keep themselves relevant. There is already a Yaki.net, if you search, is a distributed search engine. You can download and install it. You don't require Google. Everybody who has installed Yaki.net become part of that search engine actually. And it runs fully distributed, purely software-based, no servers. But not very popular. I have tried it. So because remember, any peer-to-peer system is going to be very good when there is a massively large number using it. With very few people, it may not work. That's a problem with Yaki.net actually. So, but what we do is we do now distributed indexing, not centralized indexing. All peer-to-peer systems. So next slide. Basically, what we do is each user will get a node ID. So you will say how many node IDs will be required? 8.3 billion may be multiplied by 10 if every guy has 10 devices. That's a population on the earth multiplied by 10 devices, those many nodes. You may not be having more than this. What we are actually using is these node IDs has to be randomly generated. When you generate it, it should not clash with anybody else. That's a condition. Chances should be very small. It has to be unique. And it has to be very large amount of numeric space should be covered. Okay, so that even if everybody on this earth does it, then also it remains less than 5% of the total numeric space. So what we have been using is a 160-bit node ID. Reason for that is SHA-1 algorithm, secure hash algorithm 1. When it does hashing, gives me 160 bits. Okay, so we can use 256 or 512, that still will be better. But 2 raised power 160, that numeric space is such a large number that every molecule or every atom in this universe, not on Earth, in this universe you count, that number is smaller than 2 raised power 160. So rest assured, even if in all this universe I build up a P2P network, everybody picks up a node ID, then also it will become much less than even 1%. Okay, much less than 1%. I am telling you. It is actually much a smaller number than that. So chances of getting a clash when you pick it up randomly is going to be extremely rare. Once in a universe lifetime, this might be happening. But for that also, we have a mechanism to essentially ensure that duplicates are discarded. Okay, so uniqueness is important here. Next one. We normally use ECDSA algorithm. You generally pick up a random private key. Remember that earlier RSA algorithm used to be different, where public and private key both used to be generated together. Here you can actually generate a private key separately, and then from there generate a public key. Okay, and when you actually sign anything, when you actually create digital signatures with private key, you can verify with the public key. And you can encrypt with the public key, you can generate a private key. But private key and public key pairs are both keys are uniquely different. It's not like RSA where you pick up any one of the keys which is generated as private, other one is public. So normally in most of the systems, we are using ECDSA only. Okay, so the way we actually create node IDs, this is true even for SyncThing, Telegram, or for that matter, many of them actually you will find TalksChat. They are using exactly a node ID, which is basically public keys hashed through SHA-1. I get a 160-bit node ID. I put the public key. Using my private key, I will do a digital signature. Now that's an authentically generated, what we call a node ID. any other node ID will not be accepted by anybody in the software, the client which we are writing, if that I cannot verify the signatures using the public key. Remember, public key is there as part of the node ID and can be used for verification. Okay. So this ensures that duplicates will not be there. You cannot do node spoofing. That's one of the important things here. Next one. Okay. So the spoofing can be totally avoided. So I can make a resilient and secure system because of this. And this is almost impossible. Almost impossible. I think you will never get a case in your whole life where spoofing would have happened for a node ID. And each node can prove the ownership of node ID due to holding the private key. This is essential. Okay. Because we require when routing tables are exchanged, I will tell you how that is done. Not in more technical detail. For that, you can actually look at a course which I have done on NPTEL in peer-to-peer networks. There is a course there. Very few people do it. Mostly military officers are doing it actually. So they actually, there I have done most of things in detail. In fact, some algorithms are obsolete, which I have taught in the course. The new ones have been invented and now is in production. So each node can communicate with any other node on the internet. And it only uses address plus port number, but there is a challenge here. Because we have nets and firewalls. Net is network address translation nodes. When you are in a private IP block, this happens. So there is already a standard mechanism called WebRTC, Web Real-Time Communication, which was a standard built by, it's an open standard. Google was participating in that. Libraries, you can go to webrtc.org, I think that's there. You will find it, the complete details. We are technically using that. So it uses stun and turn servers. So create an endpoint address. I call it endpoint address. I don't call it IP address and port number. And that there is an offer where somebody can be connecting to you through the WebRTC mechanism. Okay. So it takes care of all IPv4, V6, your stun, turn, or all kind of thing. I'm going to finish. So this takes care of that. So we have already built this stuff. Next one. So I will quickly go through the slides and yes, this is how the routing tables are maintained. Is a logarithmic partitioning. So how a node maintains for various different segments of the node ID space, any node which exists in that space actually. This is true for everybody. Not explaining it, you have to go through the course. This is a very basic mathematics. I think all CS guys must be studying it in their maths courses. Next one. We call it logarithmic routing tables. And any key value pair which have to be stored there, you compute the hash of a key and the node closest to this key is going to store it. So routing table ensures that in log to n hops, maximum 160 hops, you will be always be able to reach to the source of the information. Okay, next one. This is a formula which we use. This is a generic formula. For all kind of DST algorithms, this is good enough. Actually, I have not put a generalized form, but this is for the one which we have been using. This is again my own invention. I call it tapestry chord hybrid algorithm. So because I am using different kind of routing table size for mobile phones and desktops and laptops, that's why it has to be used that way. So this is the one which we have been using. And the next one. So yeah, this is the node which holds the key value pair is called root node. Okay, this essentially searching that efficiently is the key here. Next one. So, but we also maintain two more routing tables. One is least round trip time. This is required for live streaming systems and video on demand services. And 16 node IDs geographically closest, long lat based. So this is again an invention which I had added. This is for because we have been creating something which will replace Amazon, Ola, Uber, Zomato. Basically, it's a marketplace through peer-to-peer mechanism where buyer and seller can find each other very easily, but there will be no servers involved in this case. Okay, so next one. Only problem is third-party guaranteeing service, which Amazon, for example, provides, but we will be using reputation system. So users have to decide based on reputation with whom you have to do the dealing. If billing goes bad, his reputation will go bad. We have ensured that there is no whitewashing. Okay, so guy cannot come and change an identity and come back again. So they have to essentially get a certification through us, at least for his identity. So that verification part we will do by charging. So authentication, authentic providers will essentially pay, and we will authenticate them. We will find out their credentials, KYC actually you can call it. And there will be non-KYC compliant vendors also, which can also be there. We are expecting this to be released in, I think, next year, July, August, around that time. And let's see how it will pick up. A lot of taxi walas are very happy because they don't have to pay 40% of the cab fare to the aggregator. So they actually want this kind of system. Longlet actually came because of them. Okay, so next one. Routing table management is basically very simple. Routing tables, we have to just exchange the whole routing table with the new nodes, which you come to know of. And whatever is your existing entries which you are aware of, with them you send the what we call differential changes. So you will also receive the new node information, and you will keep on optimizing based on that distance metric and the routing table structure. And this routing tables stabilize extremely fast. They are extremely fast, actually. This has been proven. So if you do work on the optimization of routing table, it's done dynamically. Next one. So it's extremely resilient. IPFS is a very good example for that. And yeah, next one. So some other services which I have not talked about is I can change web servers. Web servers are no more required. I can have an URI which is called DFS:/ your email ID / something, and that's your web URL. So you can actually write a plugin into the browser by which you can actually surf through this kind of web. So web servers will be gone out of the fashion the moment, but we have not taken up this particular part of the project as of now. Similarly, making supercomputers by donating your extra compute services. You can even get money for that. Building a peer-to-peer compute clouds. Again, this I have not taken up as of now. But I think best example was one, I think, NASA project where they were giving you a screensaver which was doing computing for the galaxy search. So that is one good example of that. But we are actually talking about even much ahead of that now. The next one. So they are resilient system, peer-to-peer. They are secure. They are having built-in non-repudiation. They are highly responsive when the size grows very large. And larger the population, better it is. So we technically are looking for a system where the whole world will be one, maybe one single country, one day. Because remember, when I run this system, I can't differentiate between India and Pakistan. You run it in Jalandhar, a taxi might come from Lahore. That's a problem actually which I see in this system. So we have to make the whole world as one. That's the only way. The boundaries will not be feasible in this internet. Okay, but this is also, I think, as a double-edged sword, has to be carefully used. Already for covert systems or covert operations, these kind of systems are already in deployment with military as well as intelligence services all across the world by all countries. Okay, this is a norm as of now. So with that, I thank for this, and sorry, I have to just rush through quickly. I have not given all details. So more details you can find in my course, which is there already on NPTEL recorded. This will be keep on coming. You can even take a course and get a certificate if you wish. Of course, of no use. Nobody will give a job with this. Thank you very much with that.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a valuable knowledge session. Now, as a token of appreciation, I request Dr. Durgesh Mishra, sir, to present a memento to our keynote expert, Dr. Y.N. Singh, sir. Sir, please. So please thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Ms. Shruti Jain ma'am to proceed further.
We are glad to have Dr. Ramesh Chandak as a keynote speaker with us. Sir is a Principal Technical Program Manager, Princeton, New Jersey, United States. Sir worked for Microsoft for 14 years and have co-authored 17 technical books. Sir has global experience in the technical product and content strategy, cross-functional program management. Sir had won 27 awards at Microsoft. Sir is also a reader and blogger on entrepreneurship. I invite you, sir, on the stage.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
How do you move it?
So this way, next slide.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my experiences. So a little bit about my background. I studied at MIT in US. I have a fellowship in advanced computer engineering from MIT. I'm a member of HBS, Harvard Business School, Boston Community Chapter. I think in the intro they did mention about some of the technical books that I've published. And fortunately, 4 of them were bestsellers across the world. So thank you. And again, it's been a pleasure and privilege to be invited speaker at, I think, 5 IITs, 3 IIMs, ISB, Triple IT, NIT. So yeah, it's been fun. I don't know how this works. Okay. So like I said, I had the opportunity. So I'll just share a little bit about my background and then I'll get into the talk. So I had the opportunity to present at almost like 55 institutes across India. So I've delivered keynotes. In addition to keynotes, I've delivered technical sessions and then hands-on workshops, hackathons, and almost, I think, over 135,000 students and faculty in a period of 3 years. So it's been a very interesting experience. As much as I had the opportunity to share, I think I have learned a lot myself through these engagements. And it's people like Durgesh sir, who have been very kind and gracious to have me, and one of the things that has been very popular in all these engagements that I've done is sharing the principle of design thinking. Basically, the objective is to help the attendees learn the art of identifying the most pressing problems for your customers, and then how can you build a solution, right? A prototype, and then eventually a product or a service around it. It's pretty standard. Design thinking is not a new concept. It's been around. I think Apple, Steve Jobs has been one of the biggest promoter, user, and evangelizing design thinking. A lot of their products that you see, iPhone, iPad, and all, have leveraged design thinking to develop these products. So IIT Indore, I've been invited there for their industry academia conclave 4 consecutive times. So, and I think local newspaper, there was an article published about that. I already shared, I've been, visited Indore many times. I've been to all the different places within Indore and including all the temples around here. Durgesh sir and I mentioned earlier the Innovation Center. I think this is a highlight of all my engagements, and I attribute it primarily to the students. I think it wouldn't have been possible without their active engagement and their enthusiasm and energy. And I think that is very important. I think as mentors or advisors, we can only share so much. At the end of the day, it has to come from the students. And this is a good example. Not only the Microsoft Innovation Center was set up, 10 teams from that Innovation Center participated in Microsoft Imagine Cup competition, and one team made it to the India level final. So that's, I believe it's amazing, especially considering that they were learning about Microsoft technologies for the first time. So it wasn't that, they didn't have Microsoft technologies as part of their curriculum, and it was learning on their own, right? I mean, like Symbiosis talks about, it's the pioneer in, yeah, it's the pioneer in skill development, right? I think this is a good example of students developing the skills on their own and trying and failing and trying again and failing, and then eventually finding their way into the competition and then to all India level. There were many other achievements, but I think that was one of the highlights there. Next slide. Or shall I move it from here? Yeah, again, this one, I think Durgesh invited me to the Computer Society of India National Young IT Professional Award. I had the fortune of judging the competition and be a judge. So it was again very interesting experience. That was in Udaipur. Next slide. Okay, so we'll come to the talk, and I'm going to keep it brief. Hopefully we can have a little bit of interaction. So what are the ways we can reduce the inequality in the society? Any thoughts, any ideas, suggestions? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so that's a great point. How we treat each other, I think, is very important. Any other ideas? So next slide. So I think one of the ways is through education, right? I think we can impart that understanding, and the awareness and the knowledge. Once it goes up, I think people will have a better understanding of what are the various ways people get treated unequally, and then we can try to reduce that. So equal opportunity, yeah, absolutely. Next. Yeah. Yeah, understanding. Yeah, right. So best subject to teach. So many subjects we learn. What's the best subject to teach that has global demand? Yeah. How to be genuine human being. Absolutely. Yeah. Morality. Morality. So next slide. So I'll come to the why it's foreign language, but there is some background to it. So it's actually a foreign language. Next slide. Not to mention that some of the topics that you shared is. But if you look at it, 80%, and so I'm talking at a global level, not just India. So at a global level, 80% of the population learning English. 2 billion population is learning a foreign language. Out of that, 80% is learning English. Next slide. So why English? Next. So in most countries across the world, knowledge of English increases the income potential. And that's one of the main driving factors for people wanting to learn English, right? Next. So how can we give access to education to all? So to reduce inequality, one of the ways is to do education. And how in today's world, how can we give education to all? Yeah, that's next slide. It's a smartphone. Yeah. Next. So what's the statement that we are coming here with? Learn foreign language using smartphone. Next. So that's Duolingo. Anyone heard of the app and the company Duolingo? Yeah. So that's the basic premise of this business, this company Duolingo. This is how they came up with, trying to address this demand for people wanting to learn foreign language, right? And making it accessible to everyone through a smartphone. Next. So what's Duolingo's business model? So if you are having a smartphone, you're going to invite people to come, hey, we've got an app. You can learn a foreign language, and that can be English, that can be Spanish, French, any other, right? They have many different languages that they support. So the Duolingo's business model, next slide. It's a freemium model, which means you can subscribe to it for free, but if you subscribe it for free, you have to listen to an advertisement at the end of every lesson. And if you're tired of that, you can actually pay to subscribe and you won't get the advertisements, right? So next. So it's very simple. I think it's a very common business model we see these days. So now for Duolingo, the company, vast majority of the revenue actually comes from the paid subscribers. So there are many subscribers who are willing to pay that annual subscription fee. Next. If you can go back one slide. No, yeah. So they have two set of subscribers or customers, one who are paying, and if you look at the demographics, it's mostly from all the most of those subscribers are from well-to-do countries, rich countries, US, UK, all these other countries. Then you have another set of customers who are using the free version, so they are listening to ads. So the way Duolingo is making this happen, you can see the rich people are actually paying for the education of the people who are not willing or not able to pay for that, right? So this is an interesting business model. You're getting the rich people to support the education of everyone else. Next. So what's the challenge for Duolingo? Next. So one of the things I think ma'am mentioned earlier is the phone is like we are all addicted to phone. And the challenge for an app like Duolingo is the presence of other addictive apps like TikTok, Instagram, which is where I think a lot of us spend more time than wanting to learn a language, right? So how do you retain how do you make the people who are wanting to learn a language come back to Duolingo? That was the main, one of the main challenges for the company. Next. So use the same psychological techniques that all these other apps use to get your users back to Duolingo. So next. So what they do is maintain a streak. So like if you have been using Duolingo for 7 days, you have maintained a streak, you are maintaining a momentum. Now, if you don't come back, say on the 8th day, then they'll send you a message saying, you're losing your streak, right? So it will reset to 0, right? And a lot of times you'll see that people don't want to lose the streak. If you have a momentum going, you want to continue the momentum. Next. So any guesses which country has the longest streak where people don't want to lose that streak? They use Duolingo 365 days a year, or even, and continue to use it for years. Any ideas? India, US. Next slide. It's actually Japan. Next slide. Which country has the shortest streak where people use it for a few days, you get the reminder, but you still don't come back? India, okay. Next slide. It's Latin America. So this based on the data that Duolingo has shared. Next slide. So how do you get users back on Duolingo? Because I think that's one of the biggest challenge. I think smartphone is ubiquitous. Everyone is going to use smartphone, but education, imparting education is very important. So how do you get users back on Duolingo? Next slide. It's notifications. So one of the notification will get, it's time for your daily Spanish lesson. Take 5 minutes now to complete it.
Hello, Mansi.
And they'll continue to send you notifications for 7 days. And then if you still don't come back to Duolingo, they'll send you a message saying these reminders don't seem to be working. So I'll stop sending them for now. Right? So you don't want to continuously bombard people with messages if they're not coming back. So the moment you say you stop sending notifications, there are many instances where people have said, okay, I'm going back to Duolingo. I'm going to complete one more lesson, right? So that's how they have been able to retain the users on Duolingo. Next. So I think the key message here is like, if you're spending endless scrolling time on TikTok, on Instagram, it's engaging for a little time, but after a while, I think you might get the feeling that you're not learning anything. But with an app like Duolingo, if you spend time, say an hour or 2 hours, you'll feel that you learned something, right? I think that's the key selling point of Duolingo. When you learn something, you get meaning out of it. You feel you have made progress. Next slide. Next slide. So what are the takeaways from this story or this business case study? Smartphone is going to be the future, and there may be even more new innovations, but digital transformation, right? I think learning a language using a smartphone, actually Duolingo has, if you put all the public high schools in US all together, and the students there who are learning language, Duolingo has many times more people learning language on their mobile app, right? So what do we learn from this? People are willing and interested to learn, and especially if you make it accessible to them, make it easy, make it like, I can learn a Spanish lesson on Duolingo anytime, anywhere. I'm not constrained by going to a physical location on a particular day, on a particular time, right? So think digital transformation, collaborate interdisciplinary. So I think the theme of this conference is about ICT in business, industry, government. And I think one of the key common themes that I'm seeing coming across is collaboration across multiple disciplines. It's no longer going to be just like mobile technology, but you need to think about like the business model, you need to think about user retention, the psychology about users wanting to come back to using your app. So it's going to be interdisciplinary. So I think it makes sense to collaborate. I think that's the theme, in my opinion. It's going to be very important, and be customer focused. So no matter whether you develop a technology and publish a research paper, the audience for your research paper is going to be researchers, academicians, PhD. That's your customer. So be customer focused. Or if you're developing a commercial app, the users who are going to use your app, they are your customers. So I think you need to be customer centric and be a thought leader in your space, right? Next. So that's all I had to share. Appreciate you all listening to me. These are the ways I can be reached. I have my own blog. So I share, different experiences, primarily focused on entrepreneurship, because I think it's all inclusive. Entrepreneurship is technology, business, users, customers, right? I can be reached on LinkedIn. I can be also reached on X, which is formerly Twitter. Next slide. And then I have a course on Udemy. This is primarily for students and faculty who want to engage with corporates. Microsoft Innovation Center was one example, but there are offerings from Apple, Google, Amazon, that students and faculty and institutes can engage with these companies, and students can get to know about how industries work. They get to connect with professionals in the industry. So it's sort of like an industry academia collaboration. So I have one course there on Udemy. So feel free to check it out. You can either search by that name, STEM career development, by partnering with corporates. It's been pretty popular. I think 4.6 rating out of 5, and over 2,500 students. I think the nice thing about Udemy is that I'm able to reach to a global audience. So students from all across the world, not just limited to India, although, I love interacting with the students and faculty here. So yeah, do check it out if you're interested. And is the next one? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a motivating and knowledgeable session. Now I would request Dr. Durgesh Mishra, sir, to present a token of appreciation from our university to Dr. Ramesh, sir. I know we are running short of time and everybody is feeling hungry. So after this, we will proceed for the lunch. Now I request everyone to proceed for their lunch near the arena cafeteria. We will come back here after 45 minutes for the next keynote session. We will have next keynote from the Bhagyashree ma'am and Ketan Kotecha sir. So I request everyone to proceed for the lunch. Thank you so much. And after the keynote session, we will have the technical sessions which will held parallelly in the different classroom. So all the coordinators and session in charge will inform you accordingly. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. A very good afternoon, one and all. I know it's very difficult to attend the session post lunch, but we have young and dynamic keynote speaker, Ms. Bhagyashree. So I invite Dr. Charul Jain ma'am to introduce Bhagyashree ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha ma'am. Bhagyashree Devkar stands an accomplished engineering manager at Salesforce, boasting over a decade of invaluable expertise in crafting scalable and high-performance software applications within the dynamic realms of both B2B and B2C segments. Throughout her career journey, Bhagyashree has consistently demonstrated her leadership prowess by steering multiple teams towards the triumphant launch of innovative products across diverse domains, including Service Cloud, Salesforce UI Platform, Learning Path, and Learning Enablement. Renowned for her unwavering commitment and a keen sense of accountability, Bhagyashree epitomes a lifelong learner, continually seeking to expand her knowledge horizons. Her academic pursuits have extended into formal education into product strategy and other strategic domains such as business and growth, equipping her with the skills necessary to drive the product launches from ground zero to full realization. As a participant in the Product Accelerator program at PM Dojo, Bhagyashree collaborated with a startup specializing in artificial intelligence and voice technologies, assuming the role of a product manager. In this capacity, she played a pivotal role in the development of products gearing towards enhancing user communication skills. Her diverse professional journey has seen her done various hats, including lead software engineer, product manager, engineering manager, and product strategist. Beyond her professional achievements, Bhagyashree actively contributes to the community by serving as a mentor at Salesforce and beyond, aligning her mission with the upliftment of individuals and the cultivation of supportive communities. Bhagyashree, multifaceted career and unwavering dedication makes her a standout figure in the realm of technology and product management. Now I request Bhagyashree Devkar to please come forward and would love to hear you. Please come.
Thank you so much for the introduction. First of all, sorry because my voice is a little bad today because of the cold and cough. Hopefully, you can hear me and let me know if you have any issues or any questions. First of all, let me give you a quick background on why I decided to talk about managing your time and energy. So last couple of years, I have been working as a product manager, product owner, and engineering manager. Plus, I also support a couple of nonprofits, which involve supporting women in different countries as well. So basically, they strive for the women empowerment programs. So the thing is, I realized that I was always juggling between multiple responsibilities and I had no time to give my family or even to focus on my health. And that time I was looking into the option, how can I add more hours in the day, which is not possible. We cannot add more than 24 hours. But at the same time, I started looking into it from a different perspective. What can I do to get more things done in less time, so that I don't have to compromise on my personal goals or professional goal or my commitment towards society. So in that journey, I started looking into what can I do differently and what other people are doing differently to get more things done, how they are able to get where they want to go with limited time. So that was one of the reasons where I decided maybe it is valuable to share what are the practical strategies that work for me and that work for other people whom I was mentoring. Can we switch to the next slide? So what is life? life is not just work. Life is not just our family. If we are involved in only one aspect, we also feel deprived of other area. We need community, we need our family, we need our society to support us as well. And at the same time, when we are doing all these things, we also have to pay attention to our health, our spiritual beliefs, as well as our mental health and physical health. So in order to be better in all these different areas, we need to live sustainable life, sustainable balanced life, which we can follow, where we don't feel that, oh, we are forcing ourselves into doing something which we don't believe. Next slide. So how we can do that? How many people resonate with this? Even though it's a women picture, but I'm pretty sure men can relate to it too. Everybody is juggling with multiple responsibilities. They have their work responsibilities, family responsibilities, even other social commitments, plus health commitments too. And most of the time we have to do all this. We cannot leave, because even if we leave one of the responsibilities, we are going to feel, oh, why didn't I do it? I want to do it, but I didn't have energy, I didn't have time. And we also regret that. And this is something most of the people can relate. It doesn't matter whether you're in a professional industry like academia or corporate. We are always moving from one meeting or one task to another, one lecture to another. And it doesn't stop unless until we go to sleep or our brain doesn't stop working. So, okay, please, next slide. So what we can start doing, at least in our work schedule or even in your personal schedule. Next. First of all, the most important thing is schedule some time to plan your next day. Some people do it for the whole week. Some people do it only on the daily basis. Either it can be done in the evening if you want to plan for the next day, or you can do it on a Friday afternoon for the whole week, or Sunday evening. But the fact is, do something, at least pick the time which works for your schedule and jot down what all the tasks you need to do. Next. So how we can do that? First of all, create a small to-do list. We don't need to go into the details of it, but basically the kind of task you need to complete, let's say next day. And also just define rough estimate of how much time it will take. Previous slide, please. How much time the particular task is going to take? Is it going to be like 1 hour long, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, or it's going to be probably more than 2 hours? Then break it down. The main reason of identifying how much time the particular task is going to take is so that when we actually have 2 hours in a day where we don't have any interruption, we pick a task which can be completed in those 2 hours. I'll go into that in next slide, but basically jot down tasks in your professional life, personal life, or even other social responsibilities you're doing. So, next. Why I suggested to create to-do checklist. It helps us to visualize when we complete particular tasks, and when we strike through that particular item, it also feels good. And this list actually helps us to stay focused, where we are not getting derailed from our main focus responsibilities. And sometimes what happens when we don't have things written down, we are always trying to remember things, and it's always in our head, and that adds the mental overhead, where we always feel, oh, I don't want to forget about particular thing, and I also want to complete. So what we are doing in this process is we are burdening our brain. In order to even maximize our energy, we want to help our brain to operate efficiently. And how we can do that? this is one of the things. Maybe there are multiple different things. If you know, I would love to talk about that after the presentation too. But the main objective, what we are trying to achieve here is help your brain to perform better and help it to feel happy. So even to make this list and seeing that striking is actually telling your brain, oh, now I don't have to worry about this task. So that is one. And the next is, next slide. Okay. So the most important thing is managing your calendar. When we said that, oh, schedule a planning time, that was first pre-step. But the second thing is throughout your day from 9 to 5, you have multiple responsibilities, meetings, or even the focus time. So here, if you see, there is a meeting block, there's a focus time block, and there is a break also, and there is communication follow. So here, what I'm recommending is have your meetings in one block of the day instead of having it scattered throughout the day. The reason for this suggestion is when you're, let's say you have a meeting at 9 and it gets over at 9:30 a.m. But then you have another meeting at 10:15. So you have 45 minutes. Let's say you pick a task which needs significant time. You're going to start that task. Within 45 minutes, it's not going to get completed. And by the time you are in the focus zone of completing that task, you have to switch to your meeting. So what happens during this process? You break the rhythm. You break the rhythm of being in that zone. And then later, again, you're going to spend more time to go into that focus state. And the problem with that is it's a distraction. And whenever we distract our brain, it takes longer for it to come to that task. And it increases your time spent to complete particular tasks by 20 to 30%. And if you look at it from the cumulative perspective, for multiple tasks, if you're spending 20 to 30% time more than what is required, you're always going to feel that you have to work after hours. And then you have no time to focus on your other responsibilities. And hence, having meetings in one block where you're not doing multiple context switching helps. And even there is a block for the communication follow-up. I'll go into that in the next slide. Next. Next slide. So here, traditionally, we have seen that most of the meetings are either 30 minutes, 1 hour, or probably 2 hours. So if you have noticed, even in Google Calendar, now they recommend 25 minutes meeting or 55 or 50-minute meeting. So the main reason is when you have back-to-back meeting, if your meetings are 30 minutes, you're always running. You don't even get time to go to the restroom. You don't even get the breather to reset. And it's hard to focus in the next meetings because of that. But if you have meetings of 20 minutes or 40 minutes, you get five minutes break at least in between meetings. You get 5 minutes to even take the action items from the meeting or even to plan the agenda. And when you have meetings only for 20 minutes or 40 minutes, you're also very productive in terms of getting your objective done through the meetings, where we don't try to have a filler conversation where the time goes away and then we don't get to the actual reason why we decided to meet. And you can use that 5-minute break for even to go for a short walk. But the point is, take breaks. Breaks are not waste of time. They're a way to give yourself more energy. Next. And let's say you get a meeting invite. You already did your due diligence. You planned the schedule. You created your calendar where you have meetings in one block, you have focus time to get your task done. But then you get this random meeting, which is going to interrupt your focus block. So in that case, you can request to reschedule if possible. But if that's not an option for you, you can move your other meetings to create that block. And then you shift your focus block to your meeting block. But the main thing is at least get 90 minutes or 120 minutes where you don't have interruptions. Next slide. Okay, this is a little bit controversial, but I'm still going to cover this. So we have multiple notifications on the phone. And it's good, it's important to have notifications. But when we are, let's say when we are in a meeting and we get the notification and you're talking about something, your focus goes away. You're at that time, you're not even actually going to reply to that message or request you got. And you also shift your focus from the current meeting, and then you have to spend another 10 minutes to go back into what that meeting was. So this communication follow-up block actually gives you dedicated time, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on how many emails or team meeting messages you need to respond. But have that dedicated time for the communication follow-up rather than when you're doing something or when you're in meeting or when you're actually doing your focus task and you're getting this notifications. It actually breaks your flow. It doesn't help. It's important to have selective notifications, but it's not good for your brain. Long term, it's if you go to so there is this another doctor who's a famous neuroscientist, Andrew Huberman. They have a library and they have a lab. They release a lot of material on what to do and how to help your brain to stay focused or even to have a long life. And notification is one of the topic where it doesn't help, but it creates more harm for us. And sometimes I also feel that, oh, why don't I check my message or phone? But we have to stick to our values. If we don't stand for what we believe in, nobody else is going to. And it's okay to be sometimes different. It's totally fine. But you can have multiple communication follow-up blocks. It's not like throughout 9 to 5, you're having only 30-minute communication block. You can have one block or two blocks in 9 to 12. Have 15 minutes or 20 minutes in first half of the day. Have 2 to 3 blocks in second half of the day. So you don't miss out on any messages or your colleagues or your teammate don't feel that, oh, this person doesn't respond or he is not responsive. Or there is another way to do it. You can also let your team members or colleagues know that if there is something urgent, just call me. If it's really important that you need my response immediately, please call me. You are giving them a venue that also helps to build the trust. And it also helps you to build the credibility as well. Next. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. So having this communication follow block will help you to minimize the context switching, and disabling notification, it helps to minimize the distraction and to be fully present in what you're doing. Next. This is going back to how distractions impact our productivity. And there is an article posted by Harvard Business Review. And there's a link also in the presentation if you want to dive deeper into it. Next. Sometimes it happens that, oh, we did everything perfectly, We planned our day properly. We almost got through it based on the way we had planned. And we also accomplished our focus time task. And then something random happens. You get impromptu request from your boss or from your colleague, or your teammate needs help. And then what happens is we are scrambling to get that request completed. In order to avoid that, if you have a placeholder time scheduled in your day, you can use that to complete the tasks which are impromptu. So even in your personal life, if something happens, like where you need to pay attention or where you need to go and spend 1 hour to get that task done. But if you have a placeholder time in a day, you're better prepared to handle it. You're not saying last minute that, oh, why did it happen? Now I have to change my whole plan. But having this placeholder time helps you to be better prepared, not scrambling for time. And you don't need to stretch. And if there is no impromptu request, you get bonus hour. And it's always good to have some extra time for yourself, so it doesn't go waste. And when you are helping your teammate, it also helps to create impact on your team. Next. Next slide. And previous slide, please. So sometimes it happens that if the plan time is not enough to handle impromptu tasks, ask for the timeline, how much time it needs and when it needs to be completed, so that you're not adjusting your schedule for the request which is not that urgent. And it also helps to build the trust. So we covered multiple strategies to help in your professional life, and some of the things are also applicable in personal life. But now let's go into a different topic. Next slide, please. It was about the time and using time efficiently. But what else we need to do to get energy boost? Create a good morning routine, which is based on your personalized goals. Let's say you like to go for a workout in the morning. Spend that 30 minutes, 1 hour just for yourself. Or if you like to do reading or meditation, use that time before you switch to any task in your personal life or even professional life. But the main objective is to spend 15-20 minutes at least just for yourself. If you don't want to do anything, that's perfect. Doing nothing is also best. It gives your brain some rest, it gives that breathing room, and it helps to get more clarity. And when you do something in the beginning of the day to help yourself, you're also setting the positive tone for the day. There is a difference, at least I experience. I would love you all to try and see if it helps. Where in the morning, if you take out some time where you have a really relaxed morning, and then switch to your personal task or professional meetings or anything that you need to do. But the main thing is spend 30 minutes at least, bare minimum, or 15 minutes. Just don't do anything. Just sit down or have your tea or coffee before even checking your phone. Before the world seeks your attention, give yourself attention. And it also helps to handle anything which comes your way throughout the day, anything good or anything bad. Next slide, please. And take short breaks during whole day, even 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Go for a walk. It helps to activate different side of your brain, and it removes that monotonous experience that we feel when we are doing only one single task for 2 hours or just doing the meetings. and to get over that fatigue. Or use that short break to do something completely different. If you have a travel plan and you want to plan your itinerary, spend 10 minutes to look at, oh, this places or this restaurants I want to go and eat. Let's say you are doing a project for like 3 hours and now you're feeling, I don't want to work on it, I need break. Use that break to do something else, which you like, which you enjoy. You will feel a lot happy. And then it's easier for you to go back into the zone and feel more productive. And when you do something which you enjoy, we all feel happy. I have not seen a single person who doesn't feel happy when they do something they like. So use a break smartly or go for a walk. Walks are always good for our body and mind. Next slide, please. And in the evening, create the wind down ritual, or if you prefer to have evening tea or like after dinner tea, do that. Or if you prefer to write how your day went, what you're feeling grateful for, write it down. It helps to feel that happiness. And it's always good to say thank you to the good things which happened to us. For example, yesterday I was so surprised when I came here. The hospitality and the whole arrangement, it was amazing. And I really felt grateful to be here and taking that time. And even I appreciate all the event coordinator who did amazing job, specifically for the guests they had not met ever. So gratitude is the best attitude. Writing it down or even just recollecting, oh, this all the great things happened today and I feel good about it. It helps you to sleep better as well. And it also helps to get over anything bad which happens throughout the day. Next. So what are the key takeaways? First of all, take ownership of your time. If you don't own your time, nobody else is going to do it. They will use your time based on what they need. So respect your time and priorities. Next. And you are the constant in your life. Everything around you is changing. It's changing all the time. And we have very little control over it. So take care of yourself, do things which make you happy. So you have more energy to do things which you don't enjoy doing. Next. And thank you everyone for listening through this. I know it was difficult after lunch, after amazing lunch to sit through the topic. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody's time. Hopefully someone can try and let me know how it goes. I would love to know what has been working for you and take it forward. And thank you so much, Dr. Durgesh Mishra, sir, for inviting me here as a speaker. It is amazing. And to all the event coordinators who has made this event successful. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just be here for 2 minutes. Wonderful words. Happiness is the quotient which I take away from your session, Bhageshri. That was wonderful listening to you. I think we must accolade the efforts she has taken up and the time she has taken up to come here and talk and share her views with all of us. I request Dr. Neha Gupta, Associate Professor from the Computer Science and Information Technology School, and Dr. Durgesh Mishra, sir, the Director of School of CS and IT, to please come forward and accolade Bhageshri. Please. Definitely. Wonderful. Thank you, Bhageshri. Moving forward, we all are requested to move towards the technical sessions. We are beginning with all 6 tracks of technical sessions. I request all the participants online and offline to move towards the technical sessions in the designated places been mentioned. Thank you.